All right, Mr. Bailiff, if we're ready, let's please have the jurors brought in. All right. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are going back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The prosecution's present, as well as the defendant and defense counsel. Court would note the 17 jurors are all present and each has signed their juror affirmation for today, indicating they did follow the court's admonishing instruction over the weekend. So thank you again for continuing to follow that instruction. When we left off on Friday, we were having direct examination of Agent Heidemann, and I believe we are continuing with that. Is the state ready to proceed with additional direct of the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, the witness can return to the stand. No. All right, continuing then with direct examination of Tactical Specialist Heidemann, I'll remind the witness you are still under oath for your testimony. I'll just briefly inquire with the court's exclusionary ruling, did you watch any other testimony over the weekend of anyone else that's testified in trial? Okay, thank you for following that instruction. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue on direct, you may.
Thank you. And Ms. Heidemann, just for the benefit of the jury, we were talking about the James and Elena story. Do you recall that? And who was James an alias for? And who was Elena an alias for? As part of your investigation, we talked about that you pulled portions of what appeared to be part of that story and pieced it back together. Is that correct? Did you also find some additional text messages that you documented somewhere else? And with those text messages, did you pull them over as written? And did that include pulling over the date stamp and the corresponding information? And Your Honor, I do not have this marked as an exhibit. I've showed it to defense counsel previously. I was going to show Ms. Heidemann portions of what I would purport to be part of her report to allow her to look at them.
Okay.
And if we want counsel to look first, that's fine as well.
Yeah, let's have the defense review that, and this would be to refresh the witness's recollection. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, in part. If I may have the witness shown those. Ms. Heidemann, do you recognize those 2 pages?
Yes, I do.
Do those in fact appear to be a portion of a report written by you?
Yes, they are.
And Your Honor, these portions, well, actually, I will clarify, were these pulled from either the Lolly Time or the Lori for Style at iCloud?
I believe these are from the Lolly Time.
And Your Honor, we have previously stipulated to admit the contents of the Lolly Time iCloud account. And based on that, my intent was to simply have Ms. Heidemann read a few excerpts from these messages.
Any objection to proceeding in that manner, Mr. Pryor?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, the witness may do so.
And Ms. Heidemann, looking at the first page there, that bottom text, can you indicate the date and time on that text?
August 9th, 2019. Lori.
And can you read just the last 2 sentences starting with "he kissed"?
Being slowed. They entwined their bodies and held each other tightly before soon beginning another powerful round of pleasurable bonding.
And then if you turn to that next page, if can you indicate the date and time that first message was sent?
And it's on August 9th, 2019 at 9:36:03 p.m. in UTC -6 time.
And can you tell who it is being sent from and is being sent to?
This one is from Lori to Chad.
And could you read it into the record, including the emojis, please?
That is pretty incredible. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. The fire is definitely burning. The memories. Heart, heart, heart. I miss you way too much. You have to stop or I might explode.
And then can you indicate the date and time on the next message?
August 9th, 2019 at 9:38:27 p.m. UTC -6.
And who did the message appear to be sent from and to whom was it going?
Again, from Lori to Chad.
And could you read the content into the record?
The intensity of each encounter in my mind, one greater than the last. Oh my, fire emoji, fire emoji. Especially this last one. I've never loved you more. Heart. It just keeps growing. Kiss emoji.
And then that next one, if you could indicate the date and time?
August 9th, 2019 at 9:39:54 p.m. in UTC -6 time.
And who did it appear to be being sent from and to whom was it going?
From Chad to Lori.
And could you please read it into the record?
I completely agree. We were definitely in new territory in your bedroom.
And then the following message?
At this one,
Date, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. On August 10th, 2019 at 4:38:08 p.m. in UTC -6 time.
And who did it appear to be going from and who was it being sent to?
From Chad to Lori.
Can you read it into the record?
Elena's magic hand has gripped the storm, and they stare into each other's eyes, barely able to breathe as intense waves wash over them.
And through the investigation, did you learn what storm was a name for?
It appeared to be a name for Chad's penis.
And then the next message there, can you indicate the date and time?
August 10th, 2019, 4:38:45 PM in UTC -6 time.
And who was it being sent from and to whom?
From Lori to Chad?
And could you read it into the record?
Yes, she did.
And did those appear to be a continual text thread?
They did. They were chronological. It looks like there was probably a half a day or so difference.
And then if you skip down to line 1033,
Okay.
if you could read the date and time into the record.
Okay. August 10th, 2019, 4:54:31 PM in UTC -6 time.
And who did it appear to be being sent from and to whom was it being sent to?
From Chad to Lori.
And could you read it into the record?
I love you, Elena. What a wonderful chemistry we share.
With the work I do, being around professional football players, knowing they have to put the good stuff in their body. They're obviously very, very selective. I talked to a few guys that trust Thorne. This is their job. And you see they trust it. Peace of mind as well.
Could indicate who it was believed the message was being sent from and to whom it was being sent.
From Lori to Chad.
And could you read the content into the record?
I love you more. That's so hot. I just need you more than ever. Heart, heart.
And then the last line there, if you could indicate the date and time into the record.
August 10th, 2019 at 4:58:02 PM in UTC -6 time.
And who did it appear to be going from and to whom was it being sent?
From Chad to Lori.
And could you read the content into the record?
You are amazing. Please save that segment. I want to read it with you naked, then relive it all.
And did those appear to be a text thread?
Yes.
And again, as part of your role in this, were you reading through the James and Elena to determine if it corresponded to real life events?
I did.
And did you in fact determine that there appeared to be some events in James and Elena that corresponded with what was going on with Chad and Lori?
Yes.
And again, in the James and Elena, when Chad and Lori would meet up, were there oftentimes descriptions of physical encounters as well?
Yes.
I have just a moment. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake.
And I would just indicate Ms. Heidemann still has those few pages. I don't know if council wants her to keep those.
I'll have the bailiff retrieve those, please, and return those to you. Those weren't exhibits, so I'll have them returned to you, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination once you're ready.
Start out early. How can I address you? May I also call you Miss Heidemann?
Yeah.
Thank you. Miss Heidemann, as part of the exhibit that the state described as the James and Elena story, were you able to determine whether there were chapter breaks in this story?
In the emails that were sent, it appeared there were chapter 1, chapter 2. I forgot how many chapters exactly there were, but in some of them, yes, and others, no.
Okay, so like if I'm referring to page 9, it says end of chapter 1, and then it starts as chapter 2.
Right.
So can we presume that this was another book that Chad was writing?
I don't know if he intended to publish it.
Okay.
Doesn't. Not
But
sure.
obviously referring to something as chapter 1 and then breaking it up and describing chapter 2 as the start of the next series, that would seem to suggest that at least there was an intent to put this in book form, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Is there any indication, any of the emails, that the intent of this was to write a book?
Not that I could tell, no.
Now, as far as the search for the word Malachite You mentioned that Chad looked at that in March of 2018, correct?
Correct.
He didn't know Lori Vallow at that point, correct?
Correct.
And then it was Lori Vallow who initially did the searching for the malachite, correct?
I would have to look back at the report to figure out which days.
And
Who
then
was
as far
first?
as the correspondence is concerned, Chad Daybell's, one of those was his response to the Lori Vallow searching for malachite.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Is
Lori Vallow searched at least did most of the Google searching for the malachite. Would you agree with that?
I don't know about counts.
Okay.
Who did the most searches? I don't know. I'd have to look at my report again.
You talked about the temple records and you provided a long list of temple records. There was a frequent visit by Chad Daybell to the temple, even when he wasn't visiting with Lori Vallow. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He was a regular attender of the temple.
That's correct.
Okay. Regardless of his infidelity or the affair that was going on, he was still attending the temple, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Did you come across any information that on one of the visits to the temple, when Lori and Valor were that Lori and Chad were there, that other people had attended at the same time as Lori and Chad?
It's possible that other people were there. Yes.
People who they knew as part of a group. Did you see anything that suggested that?
I only had the records for Chad and Lori's cards.
You didn't happen to look at Melanie Gibb or anybody else at the same time who possibly could have been there?
I did not have their records. No.
Okay. Actually, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Ms. Heidemann, through your review of records, were both Chad and Lori looking for malachite?
They were.
Were those searches occurring when their spouses were still alive?
Yes.
Did Lori and Chad, in fact, end up married in Hawaii?
They did.
What type of rings did they exchange?
Malachite rings.
Were Melanie Gibbs' kids missing?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of this witness. Witness has been returned after previously testifying. Does the state have any intention of calling the witness at any other time going forward?
No, Your Honor, she may be released.
All right. From the defense, can she also be released? Is there a subpoena, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, that'll conclude your testimony. Thank you for appearing and testifying. You may go ahead and step down, and you're no longer subject to the court's exclusionary order. All right, the state can call this next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Dr. Angie Christensen.
All right.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Makes me clear.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mr. Wixom, Mr. Pryor, could I have a very brief sidebar, please? All right, thanks. The court had an inquiry regarding whether or not the exclusionary order would apply to this witness, based on her potentially proffering expert testimony. I think at this point it would apply, however, going forward, it may not. So, with that in mind, since the witness has been sworn at this time, Dr. Christensen, I will just inquire, have you been watching or viewed any of the testimony that's taken place in this trial since it started?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've provided?
No.
Okay, well then, Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to proceed on direct, you can do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Angie Christensen, and Angie is spelled A-N-G-I. Christensen is spelled C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
And ma'am, your title is doctor, isn't it?
Yes,
Right. And can you explain to the jury, what are you a doctor of?
I have a PhD in the area of anthropology.
And where do you work?
I work at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia,
How long have you worked there?
since September of 2004, so almost 20 years.
What is your job title and function at Quantico?
I am a forensic anthropologist.
Could you briefly explain to the jury what work does a forensic anthropologist do?
Yes, forensic anthropology is actually a pretty broad field involving the examination and analysis of human skeletal remains or potential human skeletal remains.
And what about your education? Could you tell the jury what your educational background is, please?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD, all in the area of anthropology.
Where did you receive those degrees?
My bachelor's degree I received from the University of Washington in Seattle, and my master's and PhD were both received from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville.
Prior to the FBI, had you done any work in forensic anthropology?
As a graduate student, I assisted with some forensic anthropology casework, but the FBI laboratory was my primary employment following my PhD.
Do you have any certifications or specializations within your field?
Yes, I'm board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology, as well as the Forensic Anthropology Society of Europe.
And do you likewise, have you published articles in your field?
Yes, I've published a number of peer-reviewed research articles, as well as books and book chapters in the area of forensic anthropology.
And are you acquainted with Dr. Bartelink?
Yes.
How are you acquainted with him?
The field of forensic anthropology is relatively small. There are maybe 100 to 150 board certified practitioners. So my work overlaps with Dr. Bartelink frequently. We're also co-authors on one of the books that I previously mentioned.
Do you consider him a colleague?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what role, if any, does a forensic anthropologist play in terms of supporting or helping an ME or a pathologist?
So forensic anthropology is a complementary but different examination than forensic pathology. Forensic anthropologists specialize in the analysis of skeletal remains. So often a forensic anthropology examination or report will be a supplement to an autopsy report performed by a pathologist.
And when you do work as a forensic anthropologist and you review skeletal remains, can you briefly explain to the jury what kind of a process does that involve for you?
It depends on the nature of the skeletal remains and what types of questions are being asked. But generally speaking, the skeleton can be analyzed visually, microscopically, using X-rays, by taking measurements. And this is typically done to either aid in the process of identifying to whom the skeletal remains might belong or looking for any evidence of trauma that may have affected the skeleton.
Before we go to the focus of this case, I'd like to invite you to explain to the jury some terms that you use in your field. Can we start with thermally altered? What does that mean?
Thermally altered means that the bones have been damaged by some sort of heat or fire.
And what types of things do you look for to determine or identify thermal alteration?
Thermal alteration is evidenced on bones by the bone being discolored. So bone is naturally sort of a creamy white or yellow color. And when heat is applied, it will turn black and brown and eventually white. Burning also causes bones to become very fragile, so they often fragment or fracture very easily.
And with that, can you explain to the jury the term biomechanically fresh state?
Biomechanically fresh refers to a condition of bones that's similar to or in life, where You think of bones as being a very brittle material, but in fact, in life, they're somewhat flexible. Bones have a little bit of bend. So a biomechanically fresh bone still has that bending sort of quality. A bone that is much older, that's become very brittle, will fracture in a different way. Imagine, for example, a fresh twig versus a dry branch. So that fresh twig, if you try to bend it and break it, it's got a little bit of bend and give and doesn't break the same way as that dry stick if you try to bend it and break it. So bone that's biomechanically fresh still has some of that bendable quality.
And what about the term sharp trauma? How does that apply to your work?
Sharp trauma refers to a force applied to a bone from an external source by something that is with a very small surface area, typically a sharp or beveled edge.
And perhaps you've already included this, but if not, could you explain more? If you identify a bone that's been hinged or bent, what does that mean?
A hinged or bent bone means that the trauma occurred when that bone was still in that biomechanically fresh state, so had that bending quality.
What does that, how does that factor into an analysis? For example, if you identify a bone that you believe to have been hinged or bent, what does that tell you as an anthropologist?
It tells me that the trauma was imparted when that bone was still in that fresh state, so may have been at or around the time of death. But bone can still retain those biomechanically fresh properties into the postmortem period. So I can't say for certain when that trauma happened with respect to the death event, but when the bone was still in a biomechanically fresh state.
And perhaps you've done this, but can you explain to the jury the term perimortem? What does that mean?
Perimortem means at or around the time of death. But as I mentioned, this is used a bit differently in anthropological contexts compared to the way a pathologist or medical examiner might use it. Because I'm only looking at the skeletal tissues, not any of the surrounding soft tissues. So determining when trauma occurred to a bone, I can only look at how the bone reacted to that force. So perimortem refers to it occurring in that biomechanically fresh state, but that could have happened shortly before the death event, at the time of the death event, or sometime after.
And the term postmortem, can you distinguish perimortem from postmortem and the factors you look at to make the distinction?
Yes, so postmortem refers to occurring after the death event. And anthropologically speaking, postmortem trauma would be evidenced by bone having that more brittle quality, like that dry stick. It's going to fracture differently because the bone has become dried.
And in your work at the FBI, do you recall receiving a referral from the Ada County, Idaho coroner's office?
Yes,
And did that referral include remains from Tylee Ryan?
yes,
And it did, in fact, you do an analysis of Tylee's remains?
yes, I did.
Before we go into the details, can you just explain to the jury what types of things did you do to perform your analysis on her remains overall?
Overall, I examined these remains visually, microscopically, by taking measurements, and by using x-rays.
Your Honor, at this time, I have what has been previously marked as States Exhibit 181, as well as States Exhibit 182. A copy has been provided to the defense, and I have two for the court. One as a courtesy, one as the actual proposed exhibit I'd like to offer up. They are stipulated to be admitted, Your Honor.
Okay.
And perhaps I'll clarify, Judge, 181A through I are documented photographs of Tylee's remains, and 182 are just a couple of demonstrative exhibits of a human skeleton, for the record.
All right. Not to interrupt things again, Mr. Wixon, but I want a quick sidebar if I could and look at these.
Certainly.
don't need to be a prophet to see what's ahead. Your path leads to war.
Our enemies are all around us. I will do what must be done.
Dune, Part 2, coming soon on Max.
indicate with your pointer to the jury which bone specifically we're looking at?
Yes, so it's the left innominate or hip bone, which is this bone right here.
Actually. Ma'am, did you make any type of determination as to what kind of force that may have created these different sharp alterations?
At this point, there hasn't been sufficient foundation to support that kind of conclusion.
Sustained.
Ma'am, when you identify sharp trauma in bones, what different types of trauma can occur?
Trauma to bones is typically categorized as one of several general categories of force. Typically either blunt force, which is a force imparted by an object moving at a relatively slow speed with a relatively large surface area. High velocity projectile trauma is a result of force that occurred over a relatively small surface area from something moving at a high rate of speed. Sharp trauma refers to trauma that was imparted to bones by something with a pointed or beveled edge. And thermal, sometimes called trauma, usually called alteration, which we've discussed, results in fracturing and discoloration of the bone.
In your analysis of Tylee's remains, were you able to identify what you believe to be either blunt or sharp trauma?
I identified numerous sharp traumas.
Are either of those depicted in this photograph here?
Yes, 5 of them are depicted in this photograph.
Could you identify with each 1 through 5 what you believe to be either blunt or sharp trauma?
All of them indicated here are sharp trauma.
Okay, thank you. For the record, ma'am, I placed states 181D on the screen. Can you explain to the jury what did you document in that photo?
These are not photos, but these are images of a CT scan of the same bone that was shown in the previous photographs. And a CT scan is simply a bunch of X-rays that are stacked together to make a 3-dimensional image. So in this case, what I was looking at during my examination was a 3-dimensional file that I can rotate and manipulate. And what you're seeing here are 2-dimensional screen captures of that 3D file.
Okay. And can you indicate exactly what it was you were documenting in the photo?
In this,
CT scan, sorry.
yes, in this CT scan, again, I'm documenting the condition of the remains during my examination, including the assessment of the sharp traumas.
And could you explain some of the marks that we see with your laser pointer?
I don't have them annotated here as I did with on the numbering as in the photographs, but some of those sharp traumas can be seen, for example, here, 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 one here, and here.
And is this the left or the right side of the bone, the pelvic bone?
This is the left side.
Anything else that you believe this documents?
No.
For the record, I'm going to place on the screen states 181E. Do you explain to the jury what that photograph documents?
These photographs document detail or close-up views of the same sharp traumas depicted in the previous 2 images. So in this case, I do have them annotated so that they can be correlated to the overall picture of the bone. It also documents in these close-up views some of that bending or hinging of the bone that tells me it occurred when the bone was in that biomechanically fresh state.
So when you indicate that these photos illustrate that the bone was in a biomechanically fresh state. Is it correct that you still can't be certain whether it was post-mortem versus perimortem? Is that correct?
Yes. So we classify that as perimortem trauma, being in a biomechanically fresh state, but I can't say for certain that that didn't occur sometime after the death event when the body was still biomechanically fresh.
So it is consistent with both perimortem and postmortem. Is that correct?
Yes.
One moment, please. As you consider the different trauma versus thermal images and other things that you found in your analysis, particularly to this sharp trauma, is this anything that could have occurred naturally or from disease inside the body?
No, sharp traumas are something that is caused by an external force that's imported on the remains, and disease processes have a much different appearance where the bone is responding to that disease.
And in your experience and background, do you have experience identifying potential trauma that is a result of dismemberment?
Judge,
Yes.
I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question for me?
In your background, do you have experience in identifying injury to a bone that could occur from dismemberment?
Yes.
What do you look for to determine signs of dismemberment?
Typically, dismemberment will occur in that what we call perimortem, but typically shortly into the postmortem period, and usually occurs around the joints. Because typically the purpose of dismemberment is to break the body into smaller portions or remove portions that might be easily identifiable.
So in fairness, in your evaluation of Tylee's bones, did you determine any of these alterations to be consistent with dismemberment?
No.
And why not?
Because they all occur around the pelvic region, which isn't a region that you would typically see sharp traumas if somebody were trying to dismember the body.
And in these particular areas where there is sharp trauma, did you find any indication of thermal damage?
Not in the direct area. So there are some portions of the hip bones that have some thermal alteration, but all of the areas with these sharp traumas are unburned.
Do you recall as you sit there approximately how many bones of Tylee's were included in the remains that were sent to you to evaluate?
I don't remember exactly. I think in this case, more than 100 bones were submitted, but some of these bones were so broken and thermally damaged that I wasn't able to conclude that they were definitively human in origin. I'm not sure of the exact number that could be identified to Tylee.
Can you explain to the jury why is it that some bones would have been more thermally damaged than others?
When a body is burned, there tends to be a pattern that's typical of which areas are damaged first. And basically, it's just areas that have less soft tissue and other covering, protecting the remains tend to be burned first. So for example, the top of the head, the fronts of the knees, the elbows, these areas have very little soft tissue protection. So if exposed to fire, they will burn first. Areas of the body that tend to burn last are those that are better protected by other muscle and tissues. For example, the thorax, including the pelvic region.
And ma'am, on this particular exhibit, if you'll note for the top, do you see the notation of item 16?
Yes.
Okay. What is that referencing?
That references the fact that when evidence is received by my laboratory, every item of evidence is given an item number. In this case, that bone happens to be designated item 16.
And in item 16, if I'm correct, that is primarily documentation of sharp trauma, correct?
Yes.
So this, I think you've indicated there's some thermal damage in this bone.
Yes, I believe there was some thermal alteration to the top part of the hip bone.
Thank you. I've now placed on the screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 182F. Can you explain to the jury what is this a photo of?
These are photos documenting the right hip bone or innominate, which is designated item 19.
And I notice approximately 6 notations in this photo.
Yes, these I've designated the sharp traumas that I identified as 1 through 6.
First of all, can you indicate for the jury, sorry, on the bottom there, do you see a notation of item 19?
Yes.
And what does that number represent?
Again, that's just a number that was designated to represent this item of evidence at my laboratory.
And so that's an FBI indicated number. Is that fair?
Yes.
Would you just briefly, with your pointer, go through numbers 1 through 6 and just explain to the jury what you're documenting here, please?
Again, my photographs are documenting the condition of the remains as I receive them, as well as, in this case, a number of the sharp alterations. You see here depicted numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I believe number 2 is shown in another photograph, but just isn't visible from this view.
Maybe just what do we see in item number 1?
In item 19 trauma number 1.
Yeah, as you've got noted, are those annotations that you made on the photograph, 1 through
Yes.
6?
So I took these photographs and then I annotated it with these labeled numbers, just to be able to clarify where the traumas were and to keep them consistent across photographs.
And what kind of trauma is number 1?
Number 1 is sharp trauma. It's a bit difficult to see with the glare, but it's there at the end of the arrow.
And you indicated that number 2 is not seen in these photos. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is number 3? What type of trauma?
Numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all sharp traumas.
Does this photo also depict any thermal damage?
Yes, I think it's a bit difficult to see in this picture, but the innominates had some discoloration consistent with exposure to fire or heat on the top of the hip bone.
And I don't recall if you said or if I asked, but which particular bone is this in the body?
This is the right innominate or hip bone.
And again, going to 182A, will you just point that out for the jury, please?
Yes, so that's this bone right here, the right side of the hip.
And is that the front side of the hip or the back side?
This picture is depicting the front of the body.
Let me ask a better question. Is your photo a depiction of the front or the back?
Neither. This one is basically from the inside or the medial side, and this one from the lateral or the outside.
Okay, thanks. For the record, I've now put up 181G. Can you please tell the jury what you were trying to document in that photo?
In this exhibit, the top photo is, one of the sharp traumas depicted in the previous pictures, sharp trauma number 6. And this one also documents that hinging or bending of the bone that lets me know that the bone was at a biomechanically fresh state. The images on the bottom are not photographs, but again, these are those 2-dimensional captures of the 3-dimensional CT scan that I created.
And help us understand, what is it that you're capturing with CT scan that you don't from the photo? Why do you do that CT scan?
It doesn't always provide additional information from the photo. Sometimes it allows me to see internal structures that aren't visible with the unaided eye. In this case, it helps me to make a 3-dimensional model that I can refer to at a later time, that I can incorporate into my notes, and that I can use to document the condition of the remains in addition to supplement to photographs.
Okay. And if I could see correctly in the CT scan, there are approximately 5 numeric notations.
They denote 6 of the sharp traumas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
For the record, I'm placing up. Actually, let me go back. I'm sorry. On 181G that we just had up, I just put back up there. What is the internal FBI item number on the bottom?
That is item number 19.
Now I'm placing 181H on the screen. And let's start with what's the FBI item number on this exhibit?
This was designated item 17.
What is item 17?
Item 17 consists of the sacrum, or it's the bottom of the spine between the two hip bones in the back, as well as 4 of the lumbar vertebrae. And these remain attached by some of the remaining soft tissue and ligaments.
And back overall, when you receive these remains into the FBI, can you briefly explain the process when Quantico intakes a reference item from an outside agency? What's the process?
Yes. So when evidence is received by the FBI laboratory, it's first delivered to our evidence management unit. And in that unit, they inspect the packaging and the evidence to look for any damage. They cross-examine or look at the evidence compared to the accompanying letter requesting the examination to make sure that the evidence that they intended to submit was received by the FBI laboratory. The evidence management unit then creates what's called an examination plan. So they determine which units in the laboratory, which disciplines might examine that evidence and in what order. So for example, does it need a DNA examination, fingerprint examination, or anthropology? And they then have the evidence routed to that evidence for examination.
And when remains are received, is it common for tissue to still be remaining on bones?
I wouldn't say common, but it happens sometimes in anthropology cases, yes.
So when in those instances, whether there is tissue, what's the process to either remove it or leave it on? Can you kind of explain that some more, please?
It depends on the nature of the examination and how much tissue is remaining. In this case, I didn't remove that remaining soft tissue because I felt I could see all of the portions of the bone that I wanted to see for my examination. If there's a lot of adhering tissue or soil or other debris that's obstructing my view of the bone surface, I might remove that material as part of my examination. And depending on what that material is and how difficult it is to remove, that might involve just taking a nylon brush to the bones. Sometimes it involves soaking the bones in water to loosen that attached material and then removing it later.
So do you recall in either the bones in this exhibit versus the ones we've already gone through, did you have to do anything to remove tissue from the remains?
I did remove tissue from some of the remains in this case. I believe portions of an ankle and foot had a lot of remaining soft tissue, and those I did remove, but I did not remove any tissue from the items that we have looked at so far.
Perhaps it's obvious, but if in fact the ankle and foot did have more tissue, what, if anything, does that tell you about the burn pattern on the remains? Anything?
I don't recall whether I saw any burning on those parts at this time.
So back to this particular exhibit, in item 17, what does this document?
This is documenting on the top there. You can see this is the condition of the remains as I received them. And the lower pictures are close-up or detailed views of a sharp trauma that I identified, which I marked number 1.
And I'm sorry, I missed that. Which trauma did you identify as number 1?
There was only one on the sacrum, which is here.
And what was the nature of that trauma?
This is a sharp trauma.
Okay. Is there anything else that this photo documents?
No.
Okay. Placing on the screen states 181I. Can we start by indicating on the bottom, what item number is that?
This is item number 17, so the same item that was depicted in the previous slide.
Okay. And what is this, an X-ray, a CT scan?
This is an X-ray, so not the 3-dimensional CT scan with X-rays stacked together, just 3 X-rays from different views.
Why in this instance did you use an X-ray instead of a CT scan as opposed to with some of the other exhibits?
In this case, I'd only identified visually the one sharp trauma. So in this case, I was just using the X-rays to see if there were any foreign materials or other traumas that I hadn't seen with the naked eye.
Did you identify anything like that?
I found nothing in addition to the one sharp trauma that I had already identified visually.
So is there anything else that this documents at all?
No.
Now, when you received remains, and particularly in Tylee's case, did you prepare a report?
Yes,
And was that report inclusive of your findings of everything that you analyzed?
yes,
And is that a report that you would then, excuse me, normally, and in fact, in this case, did you refer that back to the referencing medical examiner from Idaho?
yes.
May I have just a moment, please, Judge?
You may.
Your Honor, at this time, likewise, I have state's proposed exhibit 422. It is also admitted by stipulation, which for the record is the FBI lab report that I'd like to offer for admission. I've got courtesy for the court, the proposed exhibit, and then a copy for the advance. I'd
Right,
prefer-
the court's considered this, Mr. Pryor, is 420. Is there any objection to the admission of 422?
Judge, it's by stipulation of the parties.
422 is admitted.
May I ask to have that handed to the witness if she doesn't have it?
You just handed it to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, what is that?
This is a copy of the laboratory report that I issued in this case.
And does that report include the summary of your findings that you've just testified about?
Yes.
And is that the report that you forwarded to the Idaho ME?
To Ada County Coroner's Office. Yes.
And just the last couple of questions. In your analysis and preparation for your testimony today, did you also receive a report from a Dr. Bartelink,
Yes, I did.
the same doctor we referenced at the beginning?
Yes,
Did you review that report?
I did.
In that report, did you find anything that was
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There hasn't been sufficient foundation.
Response, Mr. Wixom.
Judge, I simply asked her if she'd been provided that report, and she said she's reviewed it. I suppose we could get the report and get the date, but
All right, the objection's overruled. Go ahead.
so you did in fact review that report?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything in Dr. Bartelink's findings that was substantially different than your own findings?
No. And in fact, Dr. Barteling stated in his report that there were no substantive differences between our analyses.
Did anything about what you saw in that report have any influence or change in the way you testified today affect your observations?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. All right, Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You mentioned that you published an article or a book with Dr. Bartelink,
Yes.
and counsel brought this up. Obviously, Dr. Bartelink is the defense expert in this case. Is that right?
To my knowledge, yes, that's what I've been
Well,
advised.
you did read his report, right?
Yes, I
And
did.
his findings,
Yes.
and you find that your findings are consistent with Dr. Bartelink's?
Yes, our examination requests were somewhat different and our report formatting significantly different, but in terms of the substantive content of our analyses of Tylee's remains, there were no substantive differences.
Now, one of the areas I'd like to delve into a little bit is is there a specialty within each of your occupations as a forensic anthropologist? Do you have a particular focus that differs from Dr. Bartling's?
Not especially. Most anthropologists, especially those who are board certified, have a core set of knowledge and expertise. A lot of my research has been in the area of skeletal trauma and skeletal imaging.
And are you aware of whether a lot of what Dr. Bartling's focus has been on throughout his career?
Not specifically, no. I'm familiar with some of his work, but I do not have access to his reports or findings.
Okay, and you mentioned that.
I apologize to interrupt, but could I get a spelling on Dr. Bartling's name, please, if you do have it?
I do, Judge. Bartlink.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Bartling.
Okay.
And to your knowledge, Dr. Bartling has all of the accreditation and all the certifications consistent with what you have as well. Is that right?
I am aware that he is also certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology. Yes,
And
absolutely. I'm aware that Dr. Bartling is certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
this is not a large group of folks that focus in this particular area, is there?
It's a relatively specialized area. Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you know most of the folks within your specialty and have either interacted with them or consulted with them or worked with them?
Yes. Many or most. Yes.
And again, Dr. Bartling is one of those which is qualified within your specialty. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned the postmortem carnivore marks.
Yes.
Can you tell me where those marks, when those marks were put on the body?
Typically, carnivore scavenging is a postmortem activity.
Okay. And when you say carnivore, we're not limited to wild or domestic, are we? We don't know what kind of animal may have done this, correct?
No.
With Zeem, you can stream local news, sports, and events from all over the country. Zeem, always local, always free.
When human remains.
And we don't know exactly where the remains were at the time these carnivore marks were placed upon the skeletal remains. Is that right?
No, I do not.
Yeah. Can you describe to me, just in general, the, if any, parts of the skeletal that were not discovered as part of this examination?
Well, in terms of the discovery, I can't say. I can only speak to what evidence was submitted to me at my laboratory. But there were a number of parts of the skeleton that were missing or absent. Most of those, consistent with the burn pattern that we talked about earlier, where portions of the body are more susceptible to burning and fracture.
But you can say that those skeletal remains are missing as a result of the burning. They could be missing for a variety of reasons, correct?
I don't know why they're missing. That's correct.
Okay. What you do know is that at least portions of the bones had burn marks on them, correct?
That's correct.
And again, there were also portions of the body where there were no burn marks. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you talk about the trauma that was inflicted on the body, you don't know when that was done, correct?
I can tell that it occurred when the bone was in a biomechanically fresh state, but precisely when that happened relative to the death event, no, I cannot.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Any redirect, Mr. Wixom?
Very briefly, Judge.
Very well.
Ma'am, in your testimony with me a few moments ago, you referenced that there was a number of remains and bone fragments that have been sent to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were there among those mini bones, some that had been severely damaged thermally?
Yes, there were a number of bones and bone fragments that were so thermally damaged or thermally altered that I was not able to tell whether they were human or not in origin or which part of the human body they might have come from.
And in fact, were there bones that you could tell were human in origin that had been more severely thermally damaged than what we've shown the jury?
Yes, there were other parts of the skeleton that were identifiable as human that weren't pictured here today.
Do you recall as you sit there, what were some of those other bones?
I don't recall. If I might be able to review my case notes, I could tell you, but there were parts of the body that were more thermally altered. More thermally altered.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right. That'll conclude the examination then of this witness. Is she going to remain under subpoena from either side?
Judge, at this point, I think we would want to keep her on subpoena. She's not a likely recall, but we would have her stay on subpoena.
Okay, and so you will remain under subpoena in terms of whether or not the exclusionary rule would apply for any expert testimony. I'll leave that up to the state to advise the witness, and we'll review that matter if she is recalled to the stand. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me ask, is the state requesting to start with another witness at this point, or perhaps take the mid-morning recess a bit earlier than usual now that there's a break right now?
And Your Honor, our next witness is probably going to be pretty quick. I'll defer to the court on whether or not the court would like us to get that done or take the break now.
Any requests from the jurors now or later? Doesn't matter. Now?
No.
I didn't get a good read, but I don't know. You say it'll be a quick witness. Okay, thank you. Let's call the next witness. Thank you.
State would call Ashlyn Rind. Your Honor, I'm being told that this witness stepped out to use the restroom.
And
I apologize. Sorry.
Well, let's go ahead and take the mid-morning recess with that then. Thank you, everyone.
All right, please.
Okay, we have our first break of the morning. So we started out with the conclusion of the witness going over the timeline, comparing loin fire to reality to counter the defense's claim that the book is purely fictional, a fictionalized account of their relationship. And I think that they shot that down pretty effectively with dates of travel and hotels and so forth. So I'm thinking we'll switch back over to East Idaho because I think they have less commercial breaks midstream. So let me do that real quick. And I had an interview with let's see, who was it? I've got it pulled up here. Now it's refreshing the tab, so it's taking a little. Oh, let's see. It was from Analytics, which is Joe Ryan's sister. And it was on where did it go? Aha. Friend Lori Vallow said she paid Alex Cox to murder Joe Ryan. So let's listen to that.
Hello, this is Tammy.
Hey, my name's Cassandra Incline. I'm a detective with Chandler PD.
Hey, Cassandra, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
Good.
I hope I don't know what the time change to Hawaii is, but hopefully it's not super early.
No, you're fine. I'm not.
Okay. I had gotten a message that you had called in. I apologize. I left you a message on Friday, and I got pulled out of the office on a different case, so I never made it back into the office on Friday to give you a call back.
No problem. So are you part of the Lori Vallow case on the Chandler side or the Charles Vallow case?
I am.
Okay.
So I am familiar with our case and some of the other stuff going on.
Okay. So they used to live here on Kauai. And I was talking to my brother.
I do. I'm friends with him.
Yeah. So he told me I needed to call and tell you guys
Okay.
something.
Okay.
Which is that she didn't say this to me. I don't think she would have ever said this to me, but she did tell two of our mutual friends that she paid her brother to kill Joe Ryan.
Tylee's dad?
Yeah. So.
And are not to put words in your mouth, are you, because she has two brothers, are you talking about her brother Alex or?
Alex. Yes, Alex.
Okay. Do you, sorry, I'm taking notes while I talk to you. So,
That's okay.
So she didn't tell you this, but she told two.
She didn't say it to me.
Okay.
But she told April Raymond and Angeline Hall that.
And do you know about when she made those statements?
No, Angeline and I talked when all this started happening.
Okay.
Neither of them live on Kauai anymore, so I don't see them anymore.
Okay.
But Angeline reached out to me when everything happened, and she's actually given, one of these, anyway, she talked to Radar Online or something, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But she said to me that Lori had said that she paid Alex to kill Joe.
Okay.
And so later when April and I were talking, I said, Angeline said this, can you believe it? And April said, she said the same thing to me.
Okay.
Lori would kind of say crazy things sometimes.
Anything in particular?
I mean, no, nothing like that. I mean, she never said anything like that to me.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that's why someone could hear something like that and kind of be like, whatever, Lori.
Okay. Do you know what kind of relationship that she had with Joe? A lot of the back
I really don't know that much. I mean, when she moved here, Tylee was still living with Joe, and then Tylee came over, I think a few months later, and then stayed. I know she hated Joe and she didn't like Joe, and she was happy when he died. Security for it. I just she he said that Joe had sexually molested Tylee and Colby, which I always.
Is that right?
It was later than that because I moved. I was already living here, but I moved to Princeville. I don't know, April 2014.
Okay.
And they moved here pretty soon after I moved to Princeville. They moved to Princeville.
Okay. So
within a month or two.
Okay.
Yeah. And they lived here. I think they lived here for like 2.5 years, but I'm not sure. They've been gone for a while.
Yeah.
But like when Laura came back in February with Tylee, I picked her up from the airport. I mean, we remained friends. And everyone says she's hiding here on Kauai, and a friend of mine saw her.
So when
but
Lori
that's
and
been
Tylee
reported.
came back in February, you picked them up?
Yeah.
Okay. And was JJ with them?
No.
Okay. And was she just visiting, like for vacation, or did she come there and stay a little?
You know,
bit?
she just called me from the airport. She didn't even tell me she was coming. She just called me from the airport. She said, "We just landed in the Hui. I took $50,000 from his bank account, and I'm going to start over."
Okay. Do you know how long she stayed there?
So she stayed in a site, and then she stayed with April, my friend April Raymond, who she also said that other thing too. She stayed with April for a while, and April at some point told her she needed to find another place to stay. But I think April says that and so after I picked her up from the airport, she wanted me to use my credit card for a hotel with her, and she said she would pay cash, but I was uncomfortable doing that. So I never saw her again after that.
Okay.
When I said no to that. So even though I was and she would text me back or call me back sometimes, but I would always say, "Hey, let's get lunch, or let's go walk the bay or something," and she was sleeping or busy or whatever.
Okay.
But April says, and April managed a store here, and I know Lori was planning on working at it, but April did not hire her.
Okay.
But she stayed with April for a while and then stayed somewhere else for a while.
Okay.
That's what I know.
And then obviously left. And did you have any contact with her after she left Hawaii?
You know, she barely was even talking to me while she was here.
Okay.
And probably another part of it was, so I had heard from Charles before she called me and said she was at the airport.
Okay.
I mean, I hadn't heard from him a lot, but he had started to call me, and Charles was kind of like a dog with a bone. Like once he was on something, he was like
on it.
I liked Charles. I thought he was a nice guy, but he could be intense about things. And so he had called me and told me all the crazy things that now are being reported, right? And April did say that Lori said a lot of those things to her when she was staying with her. But so I'd heard all this stuff from Charles. I couldn't get a hold of Lori because I learned later her phone number had changed. And then when I picked her up and she was like, "Well, Charles is cheating on me, I'm leaving him," I just didn't really want to be involved between the two of them.
It's a lot. And
and
it sounds like you were friends with both of them too. So I don't know that I want to be in the middle of it.
Right. So, And I have another brother who's a forensic psychiatrist, and I talked to him about what was going on, and he said, I think Lori's had a psychotic break. Now, he wouldn't, he's not professionally diagnosing her, but just based on what he said. And so when she was here, I really did try to reach out to her because I felt like she needed help.
Yeah.
And I know she doesn't like psychiatrists, but I really, he was like, she needs to be committed, and the longer she goes on in the state, the worse it will be. So I did try to reach out to her, but I did not want to really be involved with her and Charles and everything else.
No, I don't. I get it. I totally. I'm completely following what you're saying. So.
Yeah.
So.
But John just said you should know that she said this thing about Joe to at least two people.
Yes, it's important. Do you have a way that could you help me get in touch with April and Angeline?
Now I'm sure Angeline will be happy to talk to you. I don't know how April will feel. I haven't talked to her about this.
Okay.
But April has a crazy ex-husband, so who's taken her to court a lot. So I know she hates stuff like that.
Okay. No. And I get it. And my intention isn't to tell them that. Obviously, you and I spoke because obviously, I would imagine you seem like a very intelligent lady. That with all the media coverage and what's going on, there's a lot of people being contacted that are know Lori and know Charles and other people involved. So it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for me to just kind of randomly call someone and say, hey, you popped up as kind of an associate. I'm wondering, what you can tell me about this and if anything useful or important.
Sure.
So.
I do think that April would want to kind of do the right thing. Or, help the kids in any way that she could. April will probably have more information for you than anyone else because she said that Lori tried to recruit her into this
group
cult.
Okay.
So April's been in touch with her a lot more than I have more recently, I guess. Kind of.
Do you have a way that I can get in touch with them?
I do have, I can give you her phone number.
Okay. That would be great.
It's
I didn't get my passport and birth certificate from my parents until I was 28. My mom watched me lose things over and over again. She was worried my documents would get misplaced, and they were hard to keep track of at first. But once you stop putting things in a general direction and actually have a place for them, everything is so much easier to find. I accepted a long time ago that if someone wants to steal something, they will. The solution to document organizing cannot be to scatter and hide your documents in different places. For me, the likelihood of that causing confusion and frustration is much greater than it getting stolen. But organizing and protecting your important documents aren't mutually exclusive. You can organize your documents and put them in a safe.
And that's April?
April Raymond.
And then do you have a number for Angeline?
Yeah. Angeline will be very talkative.
Okay.
And her
Okay. And are they both in Hawaii?
No, they've both moved.
Okay.
They Angeline moved before Lori did.
Okay.
She was from Utah and she moved back to Utah.
Okay.
And April left at the beginning of summer.
Okay. All right. I will reach out. And you said that you have a friend that has seen her there recently? Seen Lori there?
So she came. I mean, I've been told that people have reported this, but there's an urgent care right outside of Princeville and runs. And he told me she had been there. And then another friend, Lynn Salvador, she was watching the news and the story about Lori came on and she was like, with her help their service, or I don't know what you'd say.
Right.
And she was like, no, that's impossible. And she goes, no, what's her name? And she said, Lori Vallow. And she goes, yeah, that was her. And Chad was with her,
Okay.
but no kids. But I've been told that other people have already reported that. So.
Yeah. And you.
And that was like a week ago, Saturday or Friday.
Okay. And you have never had any, like I know you said you knew Charles, but you've never had any contact with Chad or ever met him or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I mean, Lori was kind of into the end of the world. Or something affiliated with, but I don't even remember the name of it, and I never talked to Chad.
Okay. Anything else that I didn't ask about?
I can think of. I really just called just John and said, you guys should know what she told Angeline in April.
He's absolutely correct. And so I appreciate you calling very, very much. So
yeah.
I have a meeting I have to go to real quick, and then I'm going to reach out to both of them. I'm not going to mention that I had spoke with you, so if you guys talk and you want to share that, great.
I'm not sure how. Not sure how long ago StreamYard crashed. I was looking for the next thing to play, and then when I went back, it was gone. So hopefully it just coincided. Let me pull up next thing to watch.
Hey, everybody. It's Nate Eaton here in our studio, but the motions are now starting to get filed ahead of Chad Daybell's trial, which will begin in April in Ada County. And if you remember back to Lori Vallow's trial before it actually happened, her attorneys filed a bunch of motions about motions to strike the death penalty, motions about the jury, motions about evidence. We're going to see that all in the coming months leading up to Chad's trial because it's kind of the standard operating procedures, I guess, and you have to be sure that everything is filed to reduce the risk of appeal, or to not reduce the risk of appeal, but I guess so that these issues when it goes to appeal, they can look back and say, was this taken care of? Was not as culpable as Lori Vallow Daybell, his wife. He says the state during Lori's trial consistently argued that Miss Vallow was the most culpable party to the alleged conspiracy that led to the deaths of JJ, Tylee, and Tammy Daybell. Miss Vallow set the conspiracy in motion. She manipulated both Alex Cox and Chad Daybell, and she remained in charge of the plan throughout. Lori, quote, manipulated Chad through emotional and sexual control, and Chad was not going to act without Lori saying so. So what John Pryor has done, Chad's attorney, has gone through the transcripts from Lori's trial, and he's pulling parts out of the transcript and saying this is why Lori is more culpable. Lori did not face the death penalty. Because she didn't face the death penalty, Chad shouldn't face the death penalty because she was far more culpable than him. I'm sorry, I'm just shooting this on my phone to get the video out as quickly as possible. So he goes on. It's an 11-page. One of the filings on the culpability is an 11-page filing, and he goes on to say that even when two co-defendants are equally culpable, it's unconstitutional and unacceptable to subject one of them to the most extreme punishment available, death, while the other did not face that possibility. Now, if you remember, Lori Vallow did face the death penalty up until a few weeks before her trial. She did not waive her right to a speedy trial. So the judge, that trial had to happen. She was not waiving her right. Well, then the extra evidence came out, the additional evidence came out that the defense argued they didn't have enough time to go through it all. The mitigation expert, the one whose job is to work with Lori and research her background and basically argue about why she should not get the death penalty. She said that she would not have enough time to get that mitigation stuff put together. So because of that, the judge said, well, unless Lori waives her trial, we'll have to take the death penalty off the table because we don't have enough time to go through all of this. And that's what happened. Chad, on the other hand, has waived his right to a speedy trial, and his attorney has had since May of 2021, when Chad was indicted, to get this thing ready. So by the time it goes to trial, it will have been almost 3 years since the indictment. But still, John Pryor's arguing that Lori Vallow was far more culpable than Chad Daybell was in all of this. He goes through and he lists several reasons: that she manipulated Alex and Chad, she was the common thread, she led to the alleged conspiracy throughout the whole thing. He goes on to list all of these things why Judge Boyce needs to take the death penalty off the table. And we have the argument, the motion that we've posted at eastidahonews.com. You can go read it if you want. And he goes through and cites, previous cases and how Lori groomed Alex and groomed Chad, and any death sentence imposed upon Chad would violate the fundamental constitutional principles requiring equal justice under the law, John Pryor writes, and would be unconstitutionally disproportionate, excessive, fundamentally unfair, and arbitrary and capricious.
Can go a long way. Your donation, no matter how big or small, goes far and wide.
Mr. Daybell respectfully requests that this court strike the state's notice of intent to seek the death penalty pursuant to the 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. And we'll see what happens. There's also another issue that will be discussed: cameras in the courtroom. If you remember, Judge Boyce banned cameras about a year ago, September of 2022, ahead of Lori Vallow's trial and Chad's. Chad Daybell's attorney asked that cameras be in the courtroom. Well, at the time the cases were joined, Judge Boyce said, if the cases become severed and Chad has a separate trial, I will revisit this issue. So he is going to revisit the issue on the 29th of this month, November. And Pryor will argue for cameras. I can tell you that East Idaho News and some other local Idaho media have hired an attorney, and we will be in the courtroom to also argue on behalf of cameras. And whether Judge Boyce changes his mind or not, we remains to be seen. But before, we believe that you should be able to see it all, and that that cameras should be in there. And we'd love it if cameras were in every court hearing. So that will be another issue that will be discussed at that November 29th hearing. It's possible that the prosecution could also file some motions in the coming days that will be heard that day too. The prosecutors will respond to this death penalty motion to strike with their own, I guess you could say, and they obviously want to keep the death penalty on the table. Now, going forward, Judge Boyce has said he's going to set his plea.
Okay, this is getting into stuff that's irrelevant. I wanted to hear the death penalty argument portion. We should be having trial resume any minute. I've got some more interesting video to watch, but let me take a look. Okay, it looks like they're ready to go.
Probably closer to the 50 end.
And do you recall working on a case involving Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I do.
Is that something that came in 2020 to your agency?
Yes, it did.
And what was referred to you?
Contained gasoline, and it also contained what appeared to be some compounds that are indicative of decomposing flesh.
So the material inside of the can had decomposing flesh?
Yes, it did.
And you determined through your analysis that it also had gasoline?
That is correct.
Do you recall if there was anything else in the container that you received in addition to the flesh?
There was some debris and some soil.
So when you did your analysis, was it possible or is it possible to determine where the gas vapor was coming from the debris versus the flesh?
No, there's not. It's just there was gasoline in that can.
And just the last couple of questions. When you perform this analysis and you put the charcoal strip inside the can, and then you said you heat it, correct?
That is correct.
Is there any way to determine what items, from items that are inside the can, to determine where the vapor is generating from?
No, it's just somewhere in there, it had gasoline vapors.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right. Cross-examination.
No, no questions.
All right. Well, Mr. Senserville, that will conclude your testimony this morning then. Thank you for appearing.
Did I apologize? I don't know if I heard the court determine if he should be released or not.
I actually did not make that determination. Is he going to be recalled?
He will be released from the state, yes.
Okay.
No subpoena, Judge.
Okay. Should have mentioned that on your way out, though, Mr. Senserborough. Thank you for appearing. If you are released from any subpoena in this case, and free to leave. All right. The state can call its next witness.
The state would call Detective Chuck Insidus.
Very well.
Stipulated.
Okay.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Detective Considas testified previously, has been placed under oath again for testimony today. I'll just inquire, have you been observing any of the trial testimony since you were here last?
No.
Have you talked to anyone else about any testimony they've given?
No.
All right, thank you for answering those questions. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
You've already testified, but just for a bit of background again, were you involved? Where do you work?
I'm a detective with the Rexburg Police Department,
And how long have you been there?
almost 24 years.
Were you involved with the investigation regarding the finding Tylee, Ryan, and JJ Vallow?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you testified earlier that you were at Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th and 10th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you ever review any type of satellite imagery of Chad Daybell's property?
Yes.
How did that come about that you did that?
Well, in late July, as the case transitioned into a homicide case from the welfare check to the missing children of JJ and Tylee,
If I can interrupt you, I'm really sorry. July of what year?
2020.
Okay.
We continue to monitor social media, always looking for information that could be generated to help us with the case. And in doing so, there was an image of a satellite photo of Mr. Daybell's property, and I followed up on that image that was presented on the social media.
And what did you learn from following up on that?
Well, I learned that after reviewing the story, I reached out to Apollo Mapping, which was the company that generated the satellite photo, and explained to them who I was, what we were doing, and if they could assist me in obtaining that particular satellite photo and any others that may help us with this investigation.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 142. I have a copy for counsel and a courtesy copy for the court as well. Your Honor, I would note that this is a business records affidavit from Apollo Mapping, and as such, I believe that this Exhibit 142 and its subparts comes in by way of stipulation.
Okay.
That is correct, Judge.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. So Exhibit 142, and you said it also has subparts?
Yes, and I'll be providing those shortly.
All right, Exhibit 142 at this time is admitted.
Detective, what did you receive from, well, first off, let me ask you about the document you're holding. What is that document?
This is a certificate of authenticity for the high resolution satellite images from Apollo Mapping.
All right, and did that certificate provide any of the data regarding the images that were provided to you?
Yes, for the 4 photos that we obtained.
What were the dates on the 4 photos that were sent to you?
So the first photo was for August 27th of 2020. And that was for an image that was captured at 18:33 hours, military time, 24-hour universal time, UTC.
And Detective, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you can look at paragraph 1 and about the 3rd line down, it says the specific date. Could you read that date?
Okay. 8/27 of 2019.
Okay. And then what is in that image?
It's a digital image, high resolution image of the Chad Daybell property from a company, satellite owned by
French Guiana.
And
1833 hours.
all right, and you said 1833 hours?
Yeah, universal coordinated time. So when adjusted to Mountain Standard Time, that would be 12:33 in the afternoon.
And what's located on the second image?
The second image is also from the same satellite company of a high resolution of a digital image of Chad Daybell's property.
And the third image?
Is on September 9th of 2019. The high resolution image was taken at 12:32 in the afternoon.
Is there any reason why that date was important to you in your investigation?
Yes, on September 9th, that date is pertinent to our information because that's the date that the investigation, we believe that we believe Tylee was buried on Mr. Daybell's property during this time.
And then the last image?
Was taken on October 25th of 2019 at 12:42 in the afternoon.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 142A, just for identification purposes. And I do have a copy for court and counsel as well. I believe this is already admitted.
(142A).
What I should have said is it's admitted by way of the business records affidavit as a subpart, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, it is a separate exhibit, and this is a picture.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
This-
Is there any objection to 142A being admitted?
No, Judge.
All right. Exhibit 142A is admitted.
Detective, do you recognize that disc?
Yes,
What is it?
it's a flash drive that contains the photos from Apollo mapping.
And have you personally reviewed that disc?
I have.
Did you mark it with your initials?
I did, and also dated it for May 9th of this year.
And Your Honor, if I may publish that.
You may.
Detective, do you recognize this image?
This would be the image from August 27th, 2019.
And I'm going to zoom in. Do you recognize this property?
Yes, this is the property of Chad Daybell, located at 202 North 1900 East. in
And again,
Fremont County.
what date was this picture taken?
August 27th, I believe.
Do you recognize this image?
Yes, this will be the image from September 2nd, 2019.
And I'm going to zoom in. Do you recognize this property?
Yes, this is an image of Mr. Daybell's property.
Do you recognize this image?
Yes, this will be the image from September 9th, 2019.
I'm going to zoom in. Detective Considis, was there anything on this image that drew your attention?
Yes, if you,
Do you-
is it the pointer.
Yes, please.
When looking at the screen, to orient yourself with Mr. Daybell's property, the main house is here on the left-hand side. This is the outbuilding, the garage, and then directly straight out from that, you see that little discoloration, and that is in the immediate area where we discovered Tylee.
Can you point to the discoloration you're talking about?
Right there.
Were you able to see that same discoloration on the previous two photos?
No, they're not visible.
Detective Considis. On the days of June 9th and 10th, did you personally aid in removing Tylee Ryan's remains from Chad Daybell's property?
Yes,
Can you point to the spot on that picture where you removed her remains?
we were in this area right here of this discoloration.
Detective, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, this is an image taken October 25th, 2019 of the Daybell property.
Is this the same property?
It is.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, thank you. You go ahead and. All right. Cross-examination.
Yes, Judge.
There you go. Yeah.
Mr. Baylor. Judge, I have exhibits 43 and 44 that are admitted by way of stipulation of the parties.
Okay, they're offered by stipulation. Have they been formally admitted in the record yet?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay, has the state reviewed exhibit 43 defense? Any objection to it being admitted? And on 44 as well, any objection? Those are both admitted.
Just needed 44. She can put up 44 or 43, excuse me. And Judge, I can start until I get those back.
Okay.
Officer Consitis, as part of the investigation, you were provided a number of images from Apollo. Is that right?
Just the 4.
Okay. And my understanding, when the image was up there, you pointed to an area that was close in location to the fire pit. Is that right?
It was probably in my guesstimation, 10 to 15 yards from the fire pit.
Judge, I'm sorry. If I could just have a minute, Judge.
Yes, go ahead. And if you need any technical assistance, we might be able to help.
I think I got it. I think so. And Judge, this is part of, I believe this is 43A. I'd asked permission to publish.
All right, it's admitted, so you may publish. So 43's got sub exhibits then as well?
Yeah, I believe it's 43 through 43A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Judge, I believe.
43A through G. Then without objection from the state, those sub exhibits are all admitted, 43A through G.
If we could just publish 43A, Judge.
Okay, once you're ready, we'll go ahead.
I'm ready, Judge.
There it is.
So, Officer, we're looking at Defense Exhibit 43A. And this is also part of the Apollo screen pictures. Would you get the pointer and point to the white barn?
To the white bar?
The white barn that's
The white barn, I'm sorry. Yes.
White barn. I
Right.
probably didn't say that very clearly.
That's fine. Right. there.
Okay. And then if you go to your right, there's a small brown hash or darker hash mark there, right? That one, do you know what that is?
If I recall, it is like a large hitching post constructed of two large posts and about 8 to 10 inches in diameter.
Okay.
And there's a rung that goes straight across it. So it appears to have consistency of like a hitching post.
Okay, and then again, to the right of that again is another right there. What is that?
I cannot see. I have my glasses. If I could, Your Honor, if I could.
If somebody could retrieve those, yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Bailiff will have those delivered up to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then again, you were on the second mark with the pointer.
This outer.
Yeah, that one. What is that?
I do not know what that is.
Okay. It's a dark spot in any event, correct?
Correct.
And then down below, there's starting at the white barn, down below, there's more of a slanted one just below the first one with the red marker there. Up a little bit right, go to the right a little, right there.
This item right here,
Yes.
that is a standalone section of fence. I believe it's constructed of wood, has 4 or 5 rungs on them. It's probably 8 to 10 feet long, if I recall.
Okay, and then to the right of that is a whitish looking thing. What is that?
This is the fire ring.
Okay. And that's directly in relation to the white barn. Is that correct?
Correct. If you were to extend this line out straight.
You go into the fire pit. And then to the right of the fire pit is another mark of some kind. Do you know what that is?
I do not recall what that was.
And all the way to the far right out in the pasture area, there's something out there as well.
Yes, I wasn't out on that part of the property. I can't speak.
And then just south of the fire pit.
Mr. Pryor, can you pull the mic up a little?
I'm sorry, Judge. Just south of the fire pit, it appears that there's some sort of foliage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it appears that it's at least casting a shadow. Does that appear to be the case?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, I'll unpublish this one.
Okay.
And Judge, oops. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish 43D.
Very well.
And again, officer, Apollo video screen from 43D. There's a round circle there. Would you get the marker? Do you have the red marker?
Yes.
And would you point to the round circle, which is just north of the tree, or would be north, that right there?
The fire ring.
You previously identified that as the fire ring, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's directly adjacent to the white barn.
Yes.
And where, in your estimation, were the remains of Tylee Ryan found?
Over here by the hitching post on this side of the barn.
Okay, so north of the white barn, on which side of the hitching post?
It would be on the west side of the hitching post where the red light is.
Is that right about where the red light is?
Yes, right in this area right here.
Okay, all right. And Judge, we can unpublish that. And again, Judge, I'm going to ask to publish 44A.
Okay, it can be published.
And here we're looking at 44A, and you've identified some of the other points. You're seeing the tree to the south there, is that right? The large tree out in the pasture?
Yes.
Would you put the pointer on that for me?
Are you talking about this one or this one here?
That one right there.
This one here.
Yeah, that's the tree. Where would the fire pit be in this particular position?
Fire pit would be right in this general area right here.
Okay. And then where would Tylee's remains have been found?
Right here in front of this hitching post.
Would it be to the left, or when you say in front of, would you mean to the left of that hitching post?
So if you're standing in front of, if you're standing looking in front of the hitching post, looking at the barn, it would be just off at a slight angle.
Okay. Off at it, like at a horizontal or a sliding angle, like a 90-degree angle?
No, not a 90-degree angle. I would, if you're looking at a clock, maybe the 1 or 2 o'clock position.
So if you're able to put a pointer on that to the best of your ability. Okay, thank you. And that's the hitching post. And again, it's winter time, so we're unable to see the fire pit at this point. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And although with the white background, we're able to identify the more distinct structures that are over in that area. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Judge, and we can unpublish this.
Oh, on exhibit 44, Mr. Pryor, does it have sub exhibits as part of it?
Just Judge is all it has, I believe.
Okay, so is it a single exhibit then 44A, or is 44 and 44A different?
Look again, just to make sure. I apologize. Your Honor.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you.
Judge, there's a 44A, or 44, which is a FBI investigation report. And then there's 44A, which is the actual picture on 44.
Okay, thank you. I'll just note on the record then those are both admitted.
Now, officer, as part of your investigation, you were able to determine that by way of an email between Mr. Daybell and Tammy, that there was a discussion about burning some tree limbs on that particular morning. Is that right?
Objection misstates the evidence. There's no mention of trees.
Sustained.
Mention of burning some limbs?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wood, redirect.
Just briefly, and if I can be handed exhibit 142 again.
Yes, you may.
And I apologize. I meant 142A. And may I publish?
Yes, you may.
And Detective, just for reference, what date, or do you recall just talking about this picture?
Yes,
And what date was this picture taken?
September 9th, 2019.
So I'm gonna show you the picture before that. And what date was this picture taken?
September 2nd, 2019.
Now, council had you identify a few features. Do you recognize the feature that the mouse hand is moving over?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the small bush or tree.
And this feature right here,
That's the standalone section of fence,
and this feature right here,
the fire ring.
and this feature right here.
That's the hitching post.
And on this image, there's some clouds that seem to obscure some of it, correct?
Yes,
Do you recognize this spot right here? What feature is in that area?
the hitching post.
Did you see this discoloration in the previous two pictures?
No,
And just again, can you point out where you helped remove Tylee Ryan's remains from Chad Daybell's property?
in this area right here with the discoloration,
And what was the date of this photo?
September 9th, 2019.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude the examination then of Detective Considas. Is there any intent to recall the witness from the debate?
Your Honor, just out of precaution, we are keeping all of our law enforcement on subpoena in case there's a need for them to testify. So we will not be releasing Detective Considas today.
All right, Detective Considas, then you'll remain subject to the court's exclusionary order, so please don't view any other testimony that may take place in case you're recalled. Thank you. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Judge, at this time, the state would call Doug Halapaska.
Promise swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, let me just inquire, have you viewed any of the testimony that has taken place in this trial since it started?
No, Your Honor.
Have you talked to anyone else about any testimony they've given in trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks for your responses. You can inquire, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Douglas Halapaska. That's Douglas, Halapaska, Halepaska.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Laboratory Division. I work in the capacity as a forensic examiner within the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
Been working there since 2009.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science, which I received from Texas A&M University in 2001. I'm currently pursuing a master's degree in science and technology and intelligence.
In terms of your bachelor's of science degree, what is that area that you've got the bachelor's in?
I got that in environmental science with an emphasis in biochemistry and genetics.
What kind of work did you do before you went to work for the FBI?
Prior to working for the FBI, I spent 6 years in the United States Marine Corps as an infantryman. After that, I worked at the biochemistry, biophysics department, Texas A&M University. After that, I worked for the Drug Enforcement Administration as a forensic chemist. Then with the Army as a field chemist for the Army's Test and Evaluation Command at Dugway Proving Ground. Evaluation Command at Dugway Proving Ground. Yes, ma'am. DUGWAY. Thank you.
As a firearms and tool mark examiner, can you explain to the jury what are the types of cases that you become involved with?
So often firearms and tool marks is thought of as two separate disciplines, but they're actually the same discipline. Within the discipline, you can think of a tool as nothing more that when two objects come into forceful contact, the harder of the two is going to mark the softer. So a firearm is really nothing more than a collection of different tool surfaces that is designed to control the expansion of the smokeless powder when the bullet is traveling down the barrel. The majority of the cases I work concerned firearms tool marks. However, over the years, I have worked a number of tool mark cases.
When you say a number of tool mark cases, what do you mean by that as opposed to firearms?
Well, as I said, firearms identification is the same thing as tool mark identification, but where I'm working a case where no firearms are involved, it's just straight hand tools.
And when a case is referred to you, do you receive cases from outside agencies outside of the FBI?
Yes, I do.
When a case is referred to the FBI and it eventually reaches you, can you explain to the jury what is the intake process from the FBI before it gets to you?
The evidence often arrives via FedEx. Sometimes it's hand delivered by a law enforcement official. The evidence arrives at the laboratory at the Evidence Management Unit, EMU. And from there, that evidence is processed into the laboratory. The EMU unit, basically what they do is they just inventory the evidence. They ensure that the contents of it in the container are there. They enter that information into the laboratory's evidence management system known as Forensic Advantage. And then from there, they generate an evidence sampling plan where the evidence is basically run through the different disciplines within the laboratory.
At some point, do you recall having a case referred to you from the Ada County Coroner's Office in Idaho in regard to remains for a Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I do.
And in fact, internally, was that case referred to you for tool mark analysis?
Yeah, that is correct.
Did you perform a tool mark analysis?
I did.
Before we talk about that, are there any specific terms that you might want to take a moment and explain to the jury before we begin to talk about that work?
I would. There are a number of terms that I'm going to use over. They're specific to my discipline. The first being as I told you, a tool and a tool mark are basically when two objects come into forceful contact. The harder two is going to mark the softer object. The softer object is going to receive the tool mark. There are two types of tool marks, impressed and strided. An impressed mark you could think of as if I were to take a hammer and slam it on this surface, there would be an impression of the working surface of that hammer head. That force would be applied perpendicular to the surface. The next tool mark is a strided tool mark. That occurs when force and motion is applied parallel or nearly parallel to the surface. And essentially, it just look like a number of scratch marks. The next thing I want to discuss is characteristics. there are two types, class characteristics. Now, these are the general or measurable features of a specimen which indicate a restricted group source. These are design factors and are predetermined prior to the manufacture. So what I'm talking about are tools. So when the tool is being manufactured, it's going to go under design factors. And the marks that it's going to make are going to be either general or measurable. An easy way to imagine it is if I had two types of screwdrivers, a Phillips and a flathead, and I were to strike that flathead screwdriver onto a surface, I'm going to have a general feature of a rectangle. Now, when I'm talking about the working surface, I'm only talking about that portion of the screwdriver, which is going to be used to do the work, the torquing. When that's applied to the surface, it's going to generate that rectangular shape, that general shape. But there's also other class characteristics. There are measurable features. So I would also be able to measure the length and width of that impressed mark on that surface. And there are also manufacturing factors or characteristics that would be transferred into that tool mark, such as was the screwdriver tip made using a milling, a broaching, that kind of thing. If I were to take that Phillips, strike into the, make an impression with that, it's going to generate a plus mark. So with these class characteristics, I'm able to actually differentiate different source populations. So if I had an impression made with a Phillips, it's going to make the plus sign, the flathead, the minus. So I'll be able to differentiate the different class characteristics and the different source populations. The next characteristic is the individual characteristics. These are the rapid and random imperfections that occur during the manufacturing process of the tool itself. They are totally incidental. Manufacturers do not intend for those to be implanted onto the tool surface. And it is these individual characteristics which are used to source or attribute a tool mark back to a particular tool.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state has pre-marked the state's proposed Exhibit 180A through 180L. I have a proposed for the court, a courtesy copy for the court, and one for the defense. They are offered per stipulation. We'll be moving for admission of those. Those exhibits are pictures of the remains of Tylee Ryan, very similar to the ones we've seen in the last case, or last witness, I'm sorry.
All right, on the exhibits, is there any objection to the admission of 180A through 180L? All right.
No objection, Judge.
Each of those is admitted. In terms of publishing, I have a brief sidebar again with counsel, sorry. enough. I don't want them displayed in public, but they'll be displayed for the jury as well as for the parties and counsels. So we have to rearrange briefly our courtroom and inconvenience those seated to my left who will need to be reseated. We'll go ahead and get those monitors set up here and allow their second brief break before the lunch hour. So we'll take care of that at this time. And I guess as quickly as we can get that rearranged, we'll come back on the record.
I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, thank you. I didn't even think about it. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
The judge said that this was going to be a short break. I thought that he was just going to leave the camera on while people moved from the side over by the jury to the other, but it just appears to gone to a full-blown break. Oops, I've got something not muted. Wrapping up the case last week, but now today it kind of feels like we've lost ground. It's not quite as intense so far. I mean, well, we did go over Tylee and the damage to the bones in the pelvis region, and the fact that that isn't consistent with a dismembering. I think it was probably to obliterate evidence, because if you have damage to the tissue, it's going to decompose faster than it would otherwise. And so that would help destroy any forensic evidence. And I think that Tylee was ritualistically assaulted before she was murdered. So what can I say? Last week we'd started listening to Dr. Barry analyze, I think it was Melanie Pulowski, and I'm debating about whether to put that on. Let me see how long the jury has been reorganizing. I'm not sure whether to get into it, because seems like as soon as I do, it'll start up again. But then maybe that's a way of hastening things. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's see. Oh, they've started. It worked. No, it didn't. Okay, they're talking on the okay. I got it. Let me see. Oh, I lost my tab. Okay, here we go.
Sustain that as well. That was a leading question. Strike the answer.
Who did you learn? Who told you about Charles passing?
I remember Adam Cox told me, my ex.
I'm going to object at this point. The response calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
My uncle Adam Cox, I remember, was on speaker on my ex-husband's phone, and he said Charles had been murdered.
Judge, I'm going to move to strike. I previously objected.
That's sustained. The answer stricken.
And the thing with striking an answer is the jury heard it. And that's sometimes how things end up getting in. But the jury still heard it. They're supposed to not think about it, but they still heard it.
At some point, did you speak with Lori about Charles' death?
Yes.
What do you recall what she told you regarding Charles' death?
Yes, I remember I went to her home, and her and Tylee were still shooken up from it, but they explained that there was some type of fight that my uncle Alex got into with Charles, and that Alex shot Charles.
Were you aware if Chad had ever designated Alex to have a certain role in this life?
Judge, I'm going to object. There's lack of foundation.
Overruled.
You can answer if you know.
I'm not sure specifically what that was, but probably designated something.
Good.
Did you ever talk to Alex about Charles' death?
Yes.
What did Alex tell you?
He told me that Charles had become enraged, got into a physical fight with him, that there was a baseball bat involved, and that Charles had hit Alex in the back of the head with a baseball bat, and then he ended up shooting him with his gun that he had.
And this took place prior to Lori moving to Rexburg, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Lori about why she was moving to Rexburg?
I don't know if she told me she was moving right off the bat. She was kind of
In my opinion, she was trying to get closer to Chad. Those are my thoughts.
I just remember when she was moving, she was telling everybody different things, kind of where she's moving, or that she was needed to be protected and had to protect the kids, that she was going into hiding.
So she mentioned needing to be protected.
Yes.
Who else moved with her, if you know, when she left to Rexburg?
She took Tylee and JJ, I believe, with her when she moved to Rexburg, and Alex Cox helped them move.
Did Alex Cox also move?
Yes.
Do you have these and these and these? So do I, but let me tell you, this product, Skin Envy, is amazing. I bought this product about 30 days ago, very skeptical, read the reviews, and I was excited.
At some point after they moved to Rexburg, did you end up visiting them?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I believe it was the end of September, on a weekend when I wasn't with my children, and I flew up to visit Lori.
Where did you stay when you were in Rexburg?
I stayed at the apartment that Lori was staying at.
When you arrived, did you see JJ?
No.
Did you
Judge, I'm going to object on the basis if we could just have some foundation as to time and date.
Your Honor, she said one of the last weekends in September.
I'll overrule it.
And to clarify, was this of 2019?
Yes.
When you arrived, was JJ there?
No.
Was Tylee there?
No.
Do you recall if Melanie Gibb or David Warwick were there during your visit?
I don't remember them being there during my visit, from what I remember.
Did you ask Lori where Tylee was?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I got a few different answers, but one I remember clearly was that she was with a friend from college at BYU, and that she was kind of doing her own thing. But that's one of the main answers that she would give.
Did you ask where JJ was?
Yes.
What did she tell you about JJ?
She said she had hired a nanny there in the area, and that the nanny helped a lot with JJ.
Prior to going up there to visit, had you spoken with Lori on the phone?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Tylee or JJ in the background?
Not that I remember.
During that visit, did you see Chad Daybell?
That's honest.
In October, do you recall going on a trip with Lori?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To, sorry, you said October?
Yes, October.
We went to Hawaii.
Do you recall going somewhere with her prior to traveling to Hawaii?
Yes.
And where was that?
Missouri.
When you went to Missouri, was Tylee with you?
No.
Was JJ with you?
No.
Did you ask Lori where they were?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I think she said that the nanny was helping with JJ, and I don't think Tylee at the time needed like a babysitter. She was old enough to kind of be independent. Or maybe it could have been too that Tylee was helping with JJ. I can't remember exactly.
Did you ever hear Lori on the?
I agree, Sarah. I think he is objecting at particular. Now he was right. She didn't lay a foundation. like he's making her stay. So she had said September, but I forgot that while I was listening, I didn't even hear September. And so I think he's making her say exactly when and where. And I think it's to also disrupt the prosecutor as well, because she's getting on a flow. And so objections kind of interrupt that too. And it can also break things up for the jury. And he starts objecting a lot as the testimony starts to get more damaging for his client, based on what I've seen.
On the phone with them while you were in Missouri?
No.
And then you said you traveled to Hawaii with her in October as well?
Yes.
And again, is this October of 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what part of October, what time in October you went to Hawaii?
I believe it was in the middle of October.
Was JJ with you in Hawaii?
No.
Was Tylee with you in Hawaii?
No.
Did you ask Lori where they were?
I believe I did. I probably would have, yes.
And do you recall what she indicated to you?
I don't, probably one of the same answers she had been.
Judge, I'm going to move for objection speculation. She answered the question.
Sustained.
Did you ever hear Lori on the phone with JJ or Tylee while you were in Hawaii?
No.
Did you hear her on the phone with Chad Daybell?
I heard her on the phone, but she would put headphones in, so I never knew who she was talking to.
Did you know the nature of Chad and Lori's relationship?
Somewhat, or I thought I did. Now I have different ideas, but
at the time, did you think they were really close?
Yes.
Do you know, or did you observe them talk on the phone a lot?
I'm going to object at this point without some phone.
A lot.
Lori always had headphones in, but I assumed.
Judge, I'm going to object calls for speculation.
Well, the answer is so it's sustained.
Did Lori ever tell you that she would talk to Chad?
Yes.
Did Lori ever tell you that she would exchange text messages with Chad?
I mean, probably. She probably would say I texted Chad and he said this.
And she would give you messages from Chad, correct?
Yes.
So you knew, based on what she was telling you, she'd been in communication with Chad.
Yes.
Did something happen back in Idaho while you were in Hawaii?
Yes.
And what was that?
Tammy Daybell passed away.
How did you learn that information?
Audrey, who was staying with us.
Judge, I'm going to object. It's going to call for hearsay.
And there's a part of me that wonders if Lori wanted to be out of state when something happened. Like it makes it really suspicious that Alex's phone was up the street at a church that night. That whole situation is just very, very suspicious. I wonder if Lori left the state because just in case anyone thought that she could have been involved. That's just my pure speculation. I don't know, but that's what it makes me think of.
It doesn't take much. Helping the ASPCA give an animal in need the care, safety, meals, and love they deserve doesn't take much.
At some point while you were there, you learned of Tammy's passing, though?
Yes.
How did
be shown on the overhead projector nor broadcast in any way on the court's live stream. The jurors will be able to view those as well as the parties and you, Mr. Wixom, on this monitor here. So thank you for accommodating the request to organize the courtroom to accomplish that. If you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I begin my questioning again, I also have what's been marked as State's Proposed 423, which is a written FBI lab report generated by Mr. Halapeska that I tend to admit by stipulation to the court. I've got one for the defense and two for the court.
All right. And I believe, Mr. Pryor, you've seen this and there's no objection from the defense. Is that correct?
There is not, Judge. I don't need a copy, Judge. I've got a copy. Thank you. But there's no objection. It's by stipulation.
Okay, thank you. The court will take its courtesy copy. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Exhibit 423 is admitted.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Halapeska, before we get into the exhibits, I did want to go back and revisit some definitions for the jury that perhaps I failed to ask you about. When you do a pattern examination, can you explain the three different functions of that or what you might reach as an examiner? in those instances?
Yes. The examination process can be broken into two separate levels. During the first level, it is focused on those class characteristics that I briefly discussed earlier. So at that point, I'm making observations on those tool marks under low magnification using a stereo microscope, which gives you kind of three-dimensional representation of the evidence itself. During that time, I'm documenting my findings into my notes, as well as taking some photographs as well. That's the first half, level one. The second half is focused on making the identification, the source identification, and that's focused on those microscopic imperfections, those individual characteristics. During this portion, I'm using a comparison microscope, and during that time, I'm actually able to look at two separate samples under the same viewing field. This is accomplished because the comparison microscope is actually two microscopes with an optical bridge. During that time, I'm looking at those individual characteristics on the samples and then generating a pattern match. And from there are three types of conclusions that I can render. An identification, a source identification, that's where I have consistent class characteristics. So the class characteristics must be shared amongst the different samples. And sufficient agreement in the individual characteristics. The next conclusion is not a no conclusion. So that's basically when I have consistent class characteristics, but insufficient individual characteristics. And then the third and final is the exclusion. That's where the two sample dissimilar class characteristics.
Thank you, sir. So once again, has the witness had handed to him states 180A through L, Your Honor? May I ask?
I believe I have my courtesy copies. Yes, I do believe the witness has those.
Yes, I have.
Sir, just briefly, if you'll take a look at those and tell us what those exhibits consist of, not individually, but collectively.
They're images of two portions of a hip bone and an intact portion of a spine.
And are these images that you took as part of your analysis?
They are.
And they relate to Tylee Ryan?
Yes, sir, they do.
And just for your reference, we've also admitted your generated lab report. So as we go through questioning, if you feel like one of my questions could be best answered by your report, let me know. We'll ask permission from the court to publish that to help you do that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, with your permission, I would like to begin by publishing States 180A.
You may publish.
Thank you. May I just confirm if that's being seen on the screen by the jury as well as the witness? Thank you.
Do you mind rotating it
Which direction?
that way? Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Sir, will you please explain what is in that photograph?
This is a portion of the hip bone, and what we're looking at is tool marks that have been generated onto that hip bone. But I also want to talk about some other terms I didn't mention earlier. They're action types. So the evidence we're looking at right now, there are two types of action types: stabbing and chopping. So a stabbing action, you can think of it as when force is applied to a narrow portion of the working surface, like a knife tip, or it's being applied to an object. A chopping object is when force is applied over the long axis of that bladed working surface onto an object. And there's another action type not used on this image, but it's called compressive force. And that's whenever force has been applied, but I wasn't actually able to obtain any kind of class characteristics. So those would be the terms I would be using throughout this this testimony.
Thank you. And sir, if you will, with that explanation, can you, utilizing and pointing us to this particular exhibit, tell us what you found in this photo, what you documented?
Okay. So what I did to make things easier to see is I actually generated a digital box around each one of those tool marks, and I labeled them, starting with A, and worked my way from there. So what we can do is we can start with A right now, and that was caused from a stabbing action. And what I observed from it was that the force of the blow pierced the hard layer of the bone. Inside the bone, there's a hollow or softer tissue. The force from this blow was strong enough that it actually cracked part of the surface on the posterior of this bone. That was incurred from a stabbing action. B was incurred from a chopping action.
Sir, may I interrupt you? I'm sorry. But if we'll just do this one by one. On one, you indicated to the jury just now that was a stabbing action that you determined?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And can we be clear, is that something that you can conclusively testify to, or is it simply consistent with a stabbing action?
Yes, it is consistent with a stabbing action.
And at this point in time, were you able to make a determination as to what kind of tool mark may have made that stabbing?
Judge, I'm going to object without some additional foundation.
Abstain.
In looking at that particular alteration, what analysis did you do, if any, to help identify if in fact you could tell what tool mark made that stabbing action?
During the examination process, I collected those class characteristics I referred to, so I was taking some measurements. When I moved on to the second portion of the analysis, looking for those individual characteristics, I wasn't able to identify any of those individual characteristics. I took it a step further in my analysis, and I used some casting material. Casting material is a silicone-based compound. Kind of looks like a small caulk gun, and what it does is you administer it over that tool mark. It dries, and you remove it, and from there it will pick up the tool marks. In this case, I conducted 2 castings of that area and obtained no individual characteristics. From my analysis, I just concluded that it was consistent with a stabbing type action. But within my report, I talk about some tools that could have produced those stabbing type actions.
What tools do you believe would be consistent with those types of stabbing type actions?
Judge, I'm going to object. This calls for speculation. There hasn't been sufficient foundation for him to be able to make that determination.
I am going to sustain that at this point, Mr. Wixom.
Without getting into what your conclusion was, what did you do to look at and consider before you made your conclusion as to what kind of tool would have made that stabbing action?
Oftentimes, in order to make those determinations, we will make test marks. So an examiner will observe that tool mark. And from there, from my training and experience, which I didn't have an opportunity to talk about earlier, I had 2.5 years of training. I concluded that it was consistent with a stabbing type action. I had, in order to make those test marks, you want to use a comparable media. Fortunately, at the laboratory, we have some bones. I tried to replicate those tool marks. Wasn't able to replicate the same kind of tool marks. The bones that I was using were desiccated, they were dry. Where this bone here was still soft. It was still moist inside. So the way it interacted with the tool is different. But from my training and experience, as well as taking some of those test marks, I concluded that this was consistent with a stabbing type action.
And did that analysis help you determine what you might believe, what kind of tool might be consistent with that stabbing action?
Judge, again, okay. I'll withdraw this question, objection.
You
That's
can
another
answer.
question. He answered yes.
Oh, And what tools did you determine might be consistent with that mark?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Again, calls for speculation. It's clear that he can't make that determination.
I'll overrule the objection. I think it's subject to cross, obviously, but I think there's been sufficient foundation at this point based on the expertise he spoke to allow for the answer. So you can re-ask the question or he can answer if he remembers.
Thank you. Sir, do you remember the question?
Yes.
You answer, please.
So the tools that were consistent with producing this type of mark was from a single bladed knife or a comparable tool. But however, other possibilities could not be ruled out as far as producing that stabbing type action.
And I assume that's because your finding was that it's consistent with, that's why other things couldn't be ruled out. Is that fair?
The fact that when I was making my test marks, I didn't have comparable media to replicate those same tool marks.
Okay, thank you.
That's correct.
Going back to the exhibit, I'll call your attention to, I believe that's marked as item B. Am I seeing that correctly, sir?
Yes, yes. Can we focus in a little more? Is that possible?
I will sure try.
That's good right there. Thank you.
Can you tell us what item B is showing us?
B is another tool mark. This one was consistent with a chopping tap action. This is where the force applied onto the bone occurred over a longer axis of the working surface of the tool itself.
Can you help the jury understand how do you identify that as a chopping action?
It's where the force is applied. So when I'm looking at that tool mark, I can see that the energy that was delivered to it was consistent. So when I was looking at this under a stereo microscope, I could see a lot more detail. And unlike the first one was the stabbing type action, where that force was applied at a very narrow point. And you can see where other portions of the bone were kind of carried into that injury. Where for B, the chopping action, I can see where the force was consistent throughout the base of the injury. Actually, the force of the blow didn't actually cut through that first hard layer of bone.
And did you perform analysis on that mark to help you identify what you believe might have been the tool mark used to create that?
Yes, I did, to try to determine what kind of tool was used.
And briefly, what was the analysis that you did specific to that question?
The tools that I rendered were, it was a cleaver or a machete, a hatchet, or other similar bladed tools.
When you say rendered, what do you mean by that?
Oh, that was just the tool that was that's consistent with producing this type of damage.
So is that in fact what you determined from that mark? It was one of those types of tools that?
Yes, it was. And at this time, no tools were administered, or I'm sorry, submitted. At this time, I was only looking at the bones. So when I'm generating a report, I'm also casting kind of a wide net so that the investigators who are actually conducting their work basically have more information to work with as far as trying to recover different evidence items from the scene.
If in fact specific tools had been submitted to you for evaluation, how, if at all, could that have helped you in your analysis?
But in order to make an identification, that second level of analysis, I have to have those individual characteristics. For both A and B, I was unable to obtain any individual characteristics from those tool marks. So in a situation like that, I wouldn't have been able to make a source conclusion on those tools.
So even had potential tools been submitted for your evaluation, you're saying you still couldn't have concluded with those particular marks, what the tool was.
That's correct.
Thank you. What that is, please.
Yes. So C and D. I have some other. I believe there's some other images closer in that I will be able to give a better explanation of them. But both of those were consistent with being produced from a chopping type action.
And we'll in fact get to those. So we'll just go forward on this. What about E and F?
I believe E was on the posterior of this bone, and it was created too from a chopping type action.
What do you mean by posterior of the bone?
The backside.
And that's reflected in this photo?
No, it is not.
But the front injury to the bone is reflected in the photo through E?
Yeah, it's that one's just A through D. E will be on the backside.
Sorry, I have poor vision, I suppose. Thank you. For the record, I am now putting up what's been marked as States 180B.
Could we rotate it? There you go. And just, oh no, you had it. There you go, right there. And just like that.
Let's start with the top photo and then I'll rotate it up. That's okay.
Okay. So this is from the image earlier. This is just a zoomed in of A. So basically what I did was I just wrote on the evidence. So I labeled A and then I added my initials DJH. And what I was trying to capture here was, as I mentioned, this is from a stabbing type action. So you can see as that tool was being applied here and that force was being applied, you can see where some of the fracture lines and radial cracks, some of that energy from that bladed tool was being driven into the bone. And you can see the fracturing of that bone being carried into that hollow space within this hip bone.
And what about this portion of the exhibit?
It's the same image, just under magnification. And again, it just kind of speaks to the damage that occurred from that stabbing action.
And do you recall in your analysis, have there been some internal numbering given to Tylee's remains?
Could you rephrase the question?
Have there been any internal reference number that had been assigned to the FBI for the analysis for you and the other experts at the FBI?
Oh, yes. So as I mentioned earlier, when the evidence arrives at the laboratory, it goes to the evidence management unit. At that time, they'll render a unique identifier to the evidence. So in this case, FBI lab's concerned, this portion of the hip bone was labeled as item 16.
Thank you.
Is there a question?
Yeah, it is. Thank you, sir. I'm now going to place on the screen States Exhibit 180C, as in Charlie.
You rotate, yep.
And tell us what that is.
Okay. So that one is B. Again, you can see my initials. Right there, I'm just demonstrating or trying to capture those fracture marks. So basically, the tool mark itself, you can briefly, or you can see kind of at the bottom, it's kind of darkened out, where essentially that energy was delivered into that bone and how it actually was consistent across that surface. So unlike the stabbing action, where that energy is being driven into a single point, this was over a broader surface.
So in fact, is this reflective of a stabbing or a chopping action?
Chopping action.
Thank you. And the image below there, what is that?
It's the same image, just zoomed in. What I'm trying to show right there is that you can see where the tool itself didn't pierce that first layer of bone. So basically, it left an impression at the base of that injury. And you can kind of see some of that broken material at the bottom, that whitish, brownish color. That's actually the bone kind of being pulverized inside that injury.
And in this particular injury, is this what you testified to a moment ago that you believe could be consistent with a cleaver, machete, hatchet, or other bladed instrument?
Yes, that is correct.
I am placing states 180D. Start with those two top photos.
Okay. What I'm demonstrating with the top left image, you can see those, how I labeled them. That's good right there. Thank you. I labeled it C and D. I've initialed it. The green arrow represents where that force was applied from. So as we're looking at this image right here, the force came from left to right into the injury. If you look at the image on the right, that's a close-up of tool mark D. And you can actually see a couple of things. One, the left side of that damaged area, you can actually see a long fractured area that was actually carried into the injury itself. Like I said, the force came from left to right, but there was another observation that was made at this time. The red arrows are showing that there's these scallop-shaped portions of the tool mark. Those are consistent with being from a serrated tool, kind of like a saw, but in this case, this was not produced from a sawing action. It was produced from a bladed tool that had serrated teeth on it.
So just for the jury's clarity, I'm not sure, perhaps I'm colorblind, but which arrows were you just referencing? You said red arrows. Which arrows might those have been?
Okay, so the green arrow represents the force, where the direction of force came from. I'm on the right image. Right there.
That arrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that green arrow represents where the force came from, so it traveled from left to right. And then the black arrow, impressions right there, or shapes. And those are consistent with being generated from a serrated tool.
So were you able to make a determination through your analysis what type of tool, or simply that it was a serrated tool or anything else?
Basically a cleaver, machete, or hatchet that had serrated teeth on it.
And this portion of that exhibit, what does it document?
For this one, the green arrow represents the force that's applied, so traveling from left to right. The black arrows, in this case, you can actually see those serrated teeth marks. They're a little more pronounced, and basically the black arrows are pointing them out, so you can actually see them on both the right and left side of that tool mark.
This is now states, tell the jury what that's depicting.
Okay, so this is the backside of that hip bone. So what I labeled as A, as I mentioned earlier, that's A was caused from that stabbing action. When that stabbing action occurred, enough hatchet, cleaver, or machete with serrated type teeth on it.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, does the court wish me to continue or break for lunch? I've got about at least 15 minutes left, I think.
Okay. We did have a request to delay the lunch break slightly because of our food situation. So let's go ahead and continue on, Mr. Wixom. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, with respect to this portion of the bone, it looks like there's at least 3 points that you identified where the stabbing action penetrated through the bone, or almost at least in one instance.
There were 2 instances. That was for tool mark A and D, where the damage traveled through the bone.
Is that particular part of the bone relative to other bones? Is it a thicker part, a stronger part, a weaker part? Tell us more about that.
My experience with working with this was it was a pretty thick material, but I don't necessarily know if I have enough experience to really opine on that.
Is outside your scope?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm putting on the screen a defense, I'm sorry, the state's 180F. Can you please tell the jury what that depicts?
This is an image of an intact spine. So the tool mark that I located on the spine was, you can see it in the box toward the base of the spine. I labeled it as A. So basically I just started the lettering over since this was a new evidence item, and the laboratory issued the unique identifier for this piece of evidence as item 17. And right there, it's difficult to see in the image, but that tool mark is actually at a much lower elevation. So the bone at the base of that green arrow is substantially higher in elevation. So the force that was applied onto this this tool mark came, if the image was rotated standing up, it would come from left to right, but as this image is being shown here, from the base to the top. So that's how the force was applied. It was from a chopping tap action. And I believe I have another image as a close-up.
Would it be that image?
Yes, sir.
What does that image illustrate for the jury?
That's just a close-up of the same injury, and it was from a chopping tap action.
And on that particular injury, did you identify any tools that would be consistent with having made that chopping type action?
No, I did not. And actually, I like to clarify too that up until this point, all the tool marks that I mentioned for items 16A through E, I wasn't able to locate any individual characteristics within those injuries. The same for tool mark A here on item 17, the intact spine. No individual characteristics were located in my examination.
CDB that you found the tool mark to be consistent with having been made by a cleaver, machete, hatchet, or blade. What do you mean now? I'm not sure I follow what you just said.
Oh, it's just, as I mentioned earlier about my examination process, about source identification. So trying to source identify a tool back to a tool mark. In order to make that, I would have to have the microscopic characteristics. Those would be the individual characteristics. In the case of item 16 and in here for item 17, I wasn't able to find those individual characteristics. All I could do was just state that these tool marks were consistent with being produced by these types of tools.
And that distinction being chopping and stabbing tools.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to place states 180G. And if you could please explain to the jury the significance of that photo.
Okay. So a couple of things going on here. This is the item 19, and it's actually the other portion of the hip bone. If you look on the top left or the left side of the hip, you could actually see some black sooting. It appears that a portion of this was actually was in a fire and burnt. There were a number of different tool marks that were located on for tool mark. Start with D right there. That one was from a chopping action. F, that was, as I mentioned earlier, that's another term called compressive force. So I wasn't actually able to identify any kind of class characteristics from it, nor individual, only that damage was occurred to the bone. And you actually see item F looks like it's kind of within an island. You can see there's a break around the entire thing. So there was enough force to actually break that bone, but not actually break it free from the hip. G was more compressive force. No individual or class characteristics were obtained from that mark. Eight one a bit later.
Sir, just for clarity, to go back, you were just mentioning F. Is that the area we were talking about?
Yes, yes, sir, it is.
That tool, well, that injury was a result of compressive force?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain that again? What does that mean?
Oh, so compressive force was applied with chopping and stabbing. It's just I use that term to mean that that same force was applied. I was just unable to obtain any class characteristic. So the tool itself, when F and G, no class characteristics for transfer.
Or internally, thank you. Excuse me, 180H. Could you please, first of all, which internal FBI number would this photo apply to?
This one still pertains to item 19.
Okay. And please explain in the top photo what we're seeing here.
Okay. Could you just lower it just a tad? Okay, that's perfect right there. Thank you. Okay, so for tool mark A, the green arrow represents the force that was applied. This occurred from a chopping tap action. It came down. It's difficult to see, but that chopping action stopped. The elevation at the base of that box is a lot higher. So the force that was applied to it wasn't able to cleave through that bone. I wasn't able to obtain any individual characteristics from it. For tool marks B and C, I labeled these as fractures. I wasn't able to obtain any kind of class characteristics nor individual characteristics, only that some force was applied and it actually fractured the bone. Perhaps even the same blow that was applied to the bone at B and C may have been from a single blow. And it actually cracked or shattered the bone at this point and caused the damage for both B and C.
And are these photos just more close-ups of the B and C we were just talking about?
Yes, you can see in the left side, my green Sharpie. So you can see that's where those fracture points occurred. And then the one on the right.
States 180I. Please tell us what that is. First of all, which FBI item number would that apply to?
This one's still 19, item 19. Could you zoom out a little? Okay, so that's good right there. So this is from tool mark D. This was from a chopping tap action. You can see the green arrow there. That's where the force came from. So the force came from, as the image shows it, from kind of the bottom left up. the force you can kind of see at the top left of the tool mark. You can see that the bone is actually shattered in separate places and fractured. Based on my training experience, it appears that the tool that was used actually cut through the bone and into that soft tissue and may have actually carried into it.
And with that, were you able to identify any particular tool that would have been consistent with that tool mark?
I wasn't able to obtain the individual characteristics, so all I can say was it's consistent with being from a cleaver, a machete, or a hatchet or some type of similar bladed tool.
And what does this photo do to help the jury?
That's just another image. You can kind of see D right there, and you can see the green arrow. It's showing the force of that blow. There's another tool mark under it. Can we zoom in a little bit? Would it be possible if I could review my notes real quick? Yes,
The notes as contained in your lab report?
Yes,
the-
sir.
The admitted exhibit? Can you indicate to me what portion of the exhibit, and I'll publish that and let you review?
I was just
Judge.
trying to find the comparable image to this.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Is he trying to refresh his recollection, or I'm not sure what the
Yes.
process is here?
Okay, Mr. Halifax, please let me respond to the objections. We need to clarify that, Mr. Wixom, as to whether or not it's a reference to admitted 423 or whether or not it's a review of notes for refreshing recollection.
Certainly, Your Honor. As I've asked this question, I think he's indicated he does need to refresh, but it would be from an admitted exhibit 423. So I believe that because it's been admitted, he would have the ability to do that with the court's permission.
Yes, he can review the exhibit and either testify from it or about it since it's been admitted.
Thank you. So, sir, you have permission now. Take a moment and identify what you need to refresh, and then you can answer the question.
I see there was another image that clarifies it for me. So can we zoom? Is there a zoom feature? Not a zoom feature, a focus feature?
There probably is. That doesn't mean I'm smart enough to know how to do it here. Sorry.
You want to assist, Mr. Wood?
That's good right there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So the green arrow toward the top, that's the force that's being applied to tool mark D. Underneath it, that's tool mark E. And the green arrow is again showing where that force from that chopping type action is occurring from. And then below that, you can see tool mark F. That's the one I mentioned earlier that was from compressive force. And this is a good illustration. You could see basically it looks like a square. That's basically where the bone has shattered. Again, I wasn't able to obtain any class characteristics from that tool mark. But for D and E, those were both consistent with a chopping type action. And I was not able to obtain any individual characteristics from those tool marks.
I'm putting up states 180J, and if we could start by you identifying which internal FBI number would apply to that.
Okay. Can we zoom on the left image?
Is that what you're asking? That work?
Yes. If we could zoom in a little more. That's good right there. And maybe focus a little. Oh, that's perfect right there. This is still item 19, and these are tool marks H and G. G was generated using compressive force. I wasn't able to obtain any class characteristics or individual characteristics from tool mark G, other than the fact that some force was applied on it and it caused an impression on the bone. Tool mark H That was created by a stabbing type action. It's a very small injury. As you can see right there, I took a measurement of it and it's approximately 0.058 of an inch, so very small. But this injury actually caused a channel to form underneath the bone, that top hard layer of the bone. And if you look at the image on the right, that's just a close-up of tool mark G, and you can see where the shadow's being casted. So you can see the kind of damage that occurred to that part of the bone.
Mr. Alpesca, on back to image H, you said it caused a channel to form.
Yeah, small channel under the bone.
What does that do to your analysis? Why is that significant?
For me, it was a different type of tool, consistent with one of that being of a pick, like an ice pick, with a very narrow working surface.
Any other observations from that?
No, no more.
Thank you. 180K.
If it's possible, can we just draw out? I created this this image because I just wanted to reflect the totality of the tool marks. So item 19, item 16, and item 17, they're all there together. I've actually labeled each one of the tool marks that I've already reviewed with you.
Anything else about that exhibit?
No, everything's been covered.
And then 180L.
This is the backside of those same items, item 16, 19, and 17. Again, the tools or the tool marks that I couldn't obtain any kind of class characteristics from, that would be F. You can see that on the top right there for item 19, and then C, D, or B and C, that's from that fracturing. And then also A, that's just damage from that stabbing type action that I talked with about the first tool mark that we reviewed during my testimony. You can kind of see that damage as it's coming through the bone.
You have a note on this. First of all, did you create that notation in the upper left, damage first occurred?
Yes, I did.
What are you telling us there? Why is that significant?
So, and I failed to mention D there. So if you see A in the middle of item 16, if you look to the left, you can see D, and it has that asterisk there. I was just trying to show that damaged area is related to damage that occurred on the front side of the hip bone. But at the same time, enough force was applied that damage could be observed on the back side of that bone.
So is it fair to say from this exhibit, this is the back side of the hip bones? Is that correct?
Yes, the back side of the hip bone and the spine.
Okay. So do the majority of the tool marks occur from the back side of the hip bone or from the front side?
Most occur from the front.
So just because we've gone through a lot of photos and tool marks, I just want to recap. With respect to any of these tool marks, and I'm done publishing, Your Honor.
Okay.
With respect to any of these tool marks, it sounds like some of the items as testified to, you believe came from a chopping force. Is that right?
That's correct. Only 2 of the tool marks that I mentioned came from a stabbing type action. The majority of them came from chopping type action.
And the chopping, you're saying, are consistent with the cleaver, machete, those types of tools.
And similar bladed tools. That is correct.
And with respect to the stabbing, if I'm correct, you did not identify any particular tools that those would be consistent with.
Other than a single bladed tool or similar type for 16A. And then for the other tool mark, I believe it was on item 19. That was from a type of a tool similar to like a pick.
And just a last question, again, assuming you had been provided reference tools to assess, what types of things would you still not have been able to determine even if you had those tools provided to you?
If I had the tools, I would have been able to make test marks, which would have been helpful in narrowing down the tools. However, since I was unable to collect any individual characteristics from either of the bones, I wouldn't have been able to conduct the second level of examination, which is on the microscopic marks, which allow me to identify a tool mark back to a particular tool that I would not have been able to do.
Just one more second, please, Judge.
Yes.
Your Honor, we don't have any further questions at this time.
All right. Counsel, let me have a brief sidebar just regarding scheduling here momentarily.
So if they're discussing scheduling, does that mean they might possibly run out of witnesses for today, or do they want to see about cross-examination before lunch? Maybe lunch still hasn't arrived yet at the court. Looks like they...
All right, thanks, counsel. That will conclude the direct. There was some delay that occurred today with our lunch, so at this time, discussing with counsel, I think it just makes sense. We'll go ahead and allow for cross at this time. And then once we conclude with this witness, we will have our lunch recess. So go ahead, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. Late lunch.
Let's try this again, sir. You wrote in your report Um, that you're really unable to make a source conclusion on a lot of these items. Would that be fair?
That's correct. I wasn't able to make any source determinations.
And let's clarify what you mean by source determination.
A source determination is when using the tool marks that I'm able to identify the tool marks back to a particular tool.
And how does individual characteristics play into that?
That they're critical. Without the individual characteristics, it's not possible to render a source determination.
And in this case, there were no individual characteristics as well. Would that be fair?
No, that is correct. There were no individual characteristics.
And then class characteristics, define that again for me.
Class characteristics are those general or measurable features of a specimen. Class characteristics are determined prior to manufacture. They're design factors. And these are the characteristics that are used to generate different populations. So they're the first half of the examination process.
Different varieties of potential tools. Would that be a simpler way to put that?
They allow me to actually put the different tool marks into different populations. Okay. That is correct.
And you put in your report that tool mark identification is an empirical science, and it relies on objective measurements and a subjective comparison. Would you agree with that as still?
That's correct. So the objective part of the examination is those class characteristics. Those are documenting the general and the measurable features during the class characteristics. So that's the objective. The subjective part is doing the microscopic examination, and that's while using those individual characteristics. And again, I was never actually able to get to that part of the examination process.
So when you say you weren't able to get to an individual characteristics, part of your analysis basically stopped at the objective, and you really couldn't make any distinctive determination of exactly what caused any of these marks. Wouldn't that be fair?
I wasn't able to identify it back to a particular tool. That is correct.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Any
I have
redirect?
one question, Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead. Once you're ready.
So, sir, in your analysis, is there any question that some kind of tool was used to injure Tylee and her bones?
Absolutely. Yeah, a tool was used to cause that those tool marks. That is true. I just wasn't able to render any kind of source identification on those tool marks. That is correct.
No more questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the testimony then of Mr. Halapaska. We'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. Can he be excused and released from any subpoena?
Actually, Your Honor, we would like to him kept under subpoena. He may be a rebuttal witness.
Okay, so with that in mind, then there is a court exclusionary order. The prosecution can further explain that you may be required to ask or answer some questions on viewing testimony that may not apply depending on the context of your testimony and whether it falls as an expert witness or not. So I'll leave that up to the state to advise him. With that in mind, then thank you for appearing and testifying this morning. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take the lunch recess. We had that additional break this morning, so if we can, hopefully we can do lunch in under an hour today, perhaps. Let's try to get back at about 1:15 or 1:20, if that works for council.
All rise, please.
In case anyone thought that she could have been involved. That's just my pure speculation. I don't know, but that's what it makes me think of.
At some point while you were there, you learned of Tammy's passing, though?
Yes.
How did Lori seem to be?
happy?
She, from what I could tell, seemed in a state of shock, just surprised.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Did Lori head back to Idaho after that?
Yes.
Did you head back to Idaho right away?
No, I stayed longer.
Was someone else supposed to go on the trip with you and Lori to Hawaii?
I think I found out later that Alex was going to come with us on that trip.
Why didn't Alex go?
Lori said Chad had something that he needed help with.
What? What? Okay, I hadn't heard that part yet. I think Chad might get convicted. We'll see. We'll see what the jury thinks. Innocent until proven guilty. That seems a bit suspicious. Okay.
At some point, did Chad or Lori talk to you about the Church of the Firstborn?
Yes.
What, if anything, did they indicate in relation to Chad's role with the Church of the Firstborn?
That Chad believed he was to help organize and learn more about the Church of the Firstborn.
Did Chad and Lori ever share with you what they believed their mission in this world to be?
I believe it was to help with the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Chad does a phenomenal job not reacting. Like he just sits there. I cannot sit as still as he is, just sitting here, like listening to this. Like he sits like perfectly still. Like there's a stick up his, like he just sits. Like there's no other way to describe it. Like he just sits so like this. And to me, he seems highly controlled. When I've seen people do things like that, sometimes I've wondered, is there another side to them? Like when the cameras aren't there, when they're not trying to like control it like that. I wonder. He's described as being pretty like soft-spoken, more like an introvert. That's how he's described. Lori was described as the more kind of, I don't know, theatrical, like she was more attention seeking. That really wasn't his style. And I thought his mom's testimony, I thought it was really interesting. I think the prosecution went really easy on his mom because the prosecution could have asked her a lot of harder questions. And I'm sure it was hard for his mom being called by the prosecution to testify against her son and having to say that they didn't know about Lori before and when they met Lori shortly after Tammy's death and learned about his marriage. I thought the prosecution went because the defense redirected and the prosecution could have, I think, asked her some harder hitting questions, and they really didn't. And I think that was just to not. I think the prosecution would have looked bad if they had went after his mom too hard. So that's it.
And we talked about the dark and light and you turning to Chad for advice. Were those some of the things that you would ask Chad if someone was dark or light?
Yes.
I wonder if he's
At
giving her a
some
new rate.
point, did you learn a different term for people that were possessed?
Yes.
And what was that term?
Zombie.
Do you recall who introduced that term to you?
I believe it was Lori.
Lori, okay.
At some point, did Chad or Lori also talk to you about what it meant if someone was possessed or became a zombie, where the actual person would go?
Yes.
What did you learn in regards to that?
So that there was some type of darkness that you couldn't cast out. And so if this, that the Lord in his due time would have to take, that person would pass away because this darkness was too much or something like that.
So if
That's
It was.
sustained on leading.
It was.
if someone became too dark, would the body have to die?
Judge leading.
Overruled.
It's a question.
I believe so. That I think that was their idea that they would pass away because they couldn't have this darkness inside them. or that it overtook them.
And do you know where that idea originated from or with who?
Judge calls for speculation.
Overruled.
The zombie idea or
The idea that the body would have to expire.
I'm not sure where it originated, but I believed it to be Chad.
You forget I am a slick chick.
And if that means pretending to be a functioning family for a bit, then can we just do it?
At some point, did you have conversations with Chad and Lori about law enforcement?
Yes.
What did they tell you in relation to law enforcement?
They told me that law enforcement was corrupt and that they were after them and that they couldn't be trusted.
Did they tell you anything in relation to whether or not to speak with law enforcement?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
They told me don't speak with law enforcement.
Judge, can I? Some foundation.
Enforcement officers were identified?
Yes.
Who were those officers?
Detective Aramisio and I want to say Detective Hope. Is that? I'm not sure if that's right. It was somebody who was related to Tammy's family, I think.
And those are the two you specifically remember being named?
Yes.
It's so interesting, but not. It's just so interesting that everyone that's dark are people that they think are against them. And that's where them thinking that they had this calling from God and they were going to bring back the second coming of the church and they had this special mission. And I believe Lori believed it, like for real. Chad's family. So in listening to Heather Daybell talk about it, it sounds like he's been a pretty strong member of that prepper community but his ideas and thoughts to me veered away from the mainstream and nobody was able to check it. And it's very concerning to me. He does have some ounce of self-protection because Lori did not. Because if Lori had any self-protection, she would have said he's the one that, and she still probably would have been found guilty, but like she would not let her defense team go after Chad at all. And he is fully letting his team blame it all on Lori and Alex. And Lori might feel like he needs to be free. And if he's free, he can, I don't know, he can continue with the mission. Like, I don't know how she thinks about what, and she might not fully know like what's happening because she's not able to sit here and watch all of this while she's incarcerated.
At some point, did Chad, well, let me back up. Where were you living in November of 2018?
I moved up
Or
to
2019, excuse me, November 2019.
I moved up to Rexburg the first week in November of 2019.
Were you also living there in December of 2019?
Yes.
At some point, did you learn JJ and Tylee had been declared missing?
Yes.
Did Chad tell you anything in relation to where you should be living?
I remember that he said that Madison County wasn't safe and to wait until the whole thing blew over, but that I should move away out of that county for the time being.
And was this after the children had been deemed missing?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to observe Lori and Alex together?
Yes.
What did you observe about their relationship?
That they, from what I could tell, just had a playful, fun sibling relationship, would help each other out as brother, sister.
Would Alex do what Lori asked?
I'm not sure everything she's asked him, but for the most part, he would help her if she needed his help with something.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Alex and Chad together?
Yes.
What did you observe about their relationship?
Alex admired Chad and looked up to him like a brother.
Would Alex do what Chad asked him to do?
Objection calls for speculation.
I believe he had enough trust in Chad that he would listen to him.
And you talked about learning Alex stayed behind from Hawaii because Chad needed his help with something.
I believe that's what Lori said, that he was going to come with us, but ended up not working out.
Thought that was powerful.
When law enforcement were looking for the children, did you observe anything about how Alex seemed to feel about that or behave?
He seemed calm and normal, just collected his normal self. Like,
And did Alex tell you anything in relation to how Chad reacted to law enforcement getting involved?
I don't remember who told me, but it was
Check, calls for speculation. It's hearsay.
Sustained.
Especially if she doesn't remember who. I'm glad we're doing this on 1.25
Did you
speed.
ever talk to Chad about concerns you had regarding tracking devices?
yes.
What do you recall about that?
Chad reached out and told me that my ex-husband was following me and had put a tracking device on my car.
Did that turn out to be true?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Did that make you trust him more?
Chad?
Yes.
It validated a lot of the things he was saying, for me at least.
They want you to change your name. Archie Leach doesn't cut it. Anything come to mind?
Cary Grant.
Okay.
I may have just a moment.
You may.
I'm going to fast forward through that moment. He just sits so
To
still.
Hawaii.
Oh, wait.
Good morning.
I want to start off with the trip to Hawaii. Can you tell me when approximately you and Lori went to Hawaii?
I don't know the exact dates, but it was towards the middle or end of October.
And how long of a trip did that detail?
I believe it was a week, right around a week or 10 days, maybe.
Do you have any recollection of Lori ever leaving in that relative period for a longer trip to Hawaii, like 2 months or longer?
During the month of October?
No, in 2019, 2000.
So they didn't clarify that for me. That whole her husband supposedly having a tracker on her. Because my first thing was it Chad who was actually tracking? But if her husband really did it, okay, I don't know. But that part is confusing to me. I don't know what that part's about. And I believe her ex-husband, he did testify. I watched a portion of his testimony because he was the one, that I think, that was a failed attempt on by Alex. And so, wow.
2020.
After, I guess if this answers your question, after December when they left to Hawaii.
Well, I'm referencing a time when JJ was with Charles and Lori went to Hawaii for some time during that period. You remember that?
I'm not sure how long she went to Hawaii for.
February and March of 2019. Do you recall that?
I'm not sure what dates it was.
Okay. I want to go over a little bit of a procedural history so I get some context as to where you were living. So in November of 2018, where were you living?
2018, I was living in Gilbert, Arizona.
And you were close to Lori and Lori's residence as well?
Yes.
Okay, how close?
If I remember right, she was living in her Chandler house, so probably 10, 12 minutes.
And in November of 2018, did you at that time know a person by the name of Melanie Gibb?
Sometime in 2018, I think was when I was introduced to Melanie Gibb.
Do you remember when in 2018?
I think towards the November sometime.
Did you go to a 2018 with Melanie Gibb and Lori?
There was one Prepare People event that I attended, and I believe, I don't remember if she was there, but Chad was speaking at it.
Okay. And prior to that time, are you aware whether Lori had been introduced to Chad prior to November of 2018?
I believe she had already met him by November 2018.
Oh, okay. And you had already met Melanie Gibb at that time as well?
I believe so. Just in Mesa, I believe.
And preparing the people, explain to me what that is.
Um, it was my first time attending. I didn't know much about it, but Chad was speaking mostly LDS based ideas of the second coming or how to prepare for the end of times.
Okay. And thank you for bringing that up. These preparing the people conferences, these gatherings.
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
Based on ideas of LDS faith.
Some of the ideas there were LDS based.
Okay. And when you said the idea about the second coming,
Yes.
is that one of the ideas? People conferences are not anything that's inconsistent with being a member of the LDS church. Is that right?
Not that I saw.
Okay. And you were there for the conference, right?
Yes, I went to that one conference.
Now, I came across some information on something called Seven Gatherers. Remember that?
It doesn't really ring a bell.
Okay. And you don't recall being involved with an organization called the Seven Gatherers with Melanie Gibb and Lori and Saluma Pastenes?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying.
Do you recall being involved in an organization called the Seven Gatherers with Melanie Gibb, Saluma Pastenes, Lori, and yourself?
I don't remember being a part of a group called the Seven Gatherers.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, you previously testified that, well, I'll ask it this way. The vast majority of the information that you received about Chad came only from Lori. Is that fair?
Him too.
Yes, most everything came through Lori.
So you didn't confirm any of this with Lori. You basically took your aunt's word when she said Chad talked about these various topics. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And when Lori talked about moving,
He's a really good lawyer. I was wondering how they were going to try to put. And once again, coming back that, oh, Lori's the one that told you you didn't hear this directly from Chad. But I bet you some of these things she might have heard directly from Chad. So I wish, but I don't. So I wonder what if they are if the state's going to come back. We will see. We will see. Prior, I'm not a fan, but like he's defending his client, and I get that. I get that.
from Arizona up to Idaho, you indicated that she wasn't particularly clear actually where she was going to move at that point. Would that be fair?
Yes.
In fact, there was a discussion with Lori at the time after Charles's death that she talked about living with Melanie Gibb. Do you recall that?
I didn't know she planned to live with Melanie Gibb.
She never told you that?
That doesn't sound familiar at all.
Okay. So if Lori were to make a representation that she would be
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
And move to strike.
Stricken.
so this idea of light and dark,
He's a good
you
attorney.
originally mentioned that
I'm going to show you how easy it is to find out if you may be eligible for Nuvia's permanent teeth in 24 hours. In the first step,
She said
the
Chad.
light and dark is well, I guess I would like you to clarify. Are you saying that the mentioning of light and dark is something that's within the LDS faith in terms of the scriptures?
It does talk about light and dark in the scriptures.
Okay. So that was not a unusual or a new subject to you as part of the being of the LDS faith. Is that right?
I didn't have a great grasp on it, but
Okay.
from what I understood it, the basis came from the scriptures.
Now, did you ever speak directly, and I mean face to face, to Chad about the children?
Are you referring to Tylee and
Tylee and
JJ?
JJ.
I don't know if I did.
Okay. So so any sort of information that you received about what Chad may have said, quite frankly, almost all of it came from Lori Vallow, did it not?
Most of it came from Lori Vallow.
You mentioned the name Julie Rowe. That name has come up previously. How do you know Julie Rowe?
I've never met Julie Rowe.
Do you know anything about what Julie Rowe does for an occupation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
You
I
mentioned-
believe she had a set of podcasts where she would talk about spiritual beliefs.
Okay. Did you ever attend any of her gatherings?
No.
And as far as Melanie Gibb, did you ever participate in any of Melanie Gibb's podcasts?
No.
Okay. Now, this idea of casting, you mentioned the idea of casting. Was that casting also part of your LDS faith?
It talks about casting out in the scriptures. I wasn't very familiar with it, but it,
Okay. So when we're talking about castings talked about in the scriptures, we're talking about the LDS scriptures, are we not?
But not that way, though.
yes.
Okay. And then I want to ask you a little bit about the term energy work. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
I think some people believe in doing different types of energy work.
And
I guess
what?
I don't
Give
know
me an example
exactly
of
what
it.
from people I've met that do energy work, they will either almost like a reading.
Okay.
They'll say if you have certain cords attached or certain connections to like your ancestors.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it kind of does. But the term of vibrations, have you heard that term before?
Yes.
And what is vibrations?
I believe in energy work there that you could be on a higher level of vibration, like a frequency.
And that frequency is used for what?
I did not have vibrations on my bingo card. So I did not have that on there. Never heard about casting. So I have heard casting out. I have heard that part. But yeah, energy work while growing up in the LDS church. Yeah. I think Julie Rowe brought in some things that weren't traditional, I think. Some stuff that was more new agey.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm not super familiar on frequencies.
Would it be fair to say that some of this energy work is to be able to communicate with other entities?
I don't.
Yes.
Okay. It could be used to communicate with the dead, right?
Yes.
Ancestors.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And did you ever participate in energy work with Lori and Melanie Gibb?
I didn't really know a whole lot about energy work. From what I remember, I think Melanie Gibb was more familiar with it. So I would listen to their ideas, but I don't know if.
Right. And your recollection is Melanie Gibb was the one who was instructing you and Lori about the different aspects of vibrations and
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. These are facts, not in evidence.
Abstain.
Move to strike.
The question is stricken.
would Melanie Gibb teach you about this vibrations and energy work?
I don't remember talking a lot with Melanie Gibb about vibrations or energy work.
You do have a recollection, though, that Melanie Gibb was more versed in the understanding of
Objection,
energy.
Your Honor. Misstates testimony.
Overruled.
You do have a more distinct recollection of Melanie Gibb teaching you about the different aspects of energy work, right?
I don't have a distinct memory of talking about all the different aspects.
Okay.
of
But
it.
she was well versed in it. I'm sorry, Judge.
Cutting her off before she's done, please. You can complete your answer.
Sorry, I don't think I was going with it.
All right, I'll re-ask it. I apologize for interrupting you. I've got it in here and I want to bring it out and it's coming out too fast, so I'll try to slow down.
Gotta slow down.
Melanie Gibb had a better understanding of this vibrations and energy work than you did.
I believe so. Yes.
And this was something that, were you aware of whether she went to remote camps and talked about this energy work?
Yes, she told me she went to camps and different things for that.
Okay. And when did she tell you that?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember, but I think it would be sometime maybe in 2019 or 2018.
Okay. And at that point, was it your understanding that Melanie Gibb was teaching this energy work, or at least instructing it to people at these remote camps?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
It sounded like she was maybe teaching at those classes or at if there were camps or meetings, whatever she was attending.
And again, this was in 2018, 2019?
I'm not sure, but I would lean towards 2019.
Okay.
He's trying to add doubt. And so Melanie Gibbs is one that he's also kind of tried to say, could she have been involved? And so I think he's just trying to grasp at anything to help his client.
Now, this idea of this term zombie,
Mhm.
that was a term that you heard from Lori Vallow, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You never had Chad walk up to you and use the term zombie, did you?
I don't know if he, I guess I would say I assume he used that term with Lori
Okay,
together.
and you're assuming that because all of the information that you got regarding Chad Daybell came directly from Lori Vallow's mouth, right?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates prior testimony.
Sustained.
All of the information about zombies that you learned came from Lori Vallow, did it not?
I don't know if it all came from Lori Vallow. I believed it to come from Chad.
Okay, and what are you basing that it came from Chad on? Chad never told you that, did he?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
It is.
Chad never told you or used the word zombie in front of you, did he?
I can't remember a time that he did, but I
Was she done? Maybe there. So what's happening?
And again, this
He was-
reason for when you went to Hawaii, I believe that was in October.
Mm.
The reason you felt Alex stayed behind is because Lori told you Chad needed Alex to help him with something. Is that right?
yes,
Okay. You didn't hear that from Chad telling you he needed help from Alex, right?
no.
Once again, blaming Lori.
Was there anything unusual that you observed with Alex and Lori's personal relationship?
Not that I observed, no.
Okay. Would it have been a habit of Alex that when Lori moved to a new location, Alex would go to the same location?
No,
Okay. Alex lived in Arizona with Lori, right?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Alex lived in Arizona with Lori, correct?
for a time, yes.
Okay. Alex wanted to go to Hawaii with Lori when Lori moved to Hawaii.
I don't know if he wanted to go to Hawaii.
Alex moved to Rexburg, Idaho when Lori moved to Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes, he moved with Lori.
And Alex wanted to move with Melanie Gibb and Lori when she was going to move back with them to Arizona.
Objection, Your Honor, facts not in evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustained.
Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can conduct any redirect if you wish.
I'm glad that you can see that because I just saw him like this. But I think he liked it when. Are you saying he was more engaged when Pryor was talking to her? Because to
Ms.
me, he
Pulowski,
was
did Chad and Lori teach you these things?
I believe they were both present when these ideas were, that both of the ideas were from both of them.
And you were asked a little bit about castings being part of the scriptures. When you're referencing that, do the scriptures reference it the same as the way Chad and Lori were teaching about castings?
No.
What about light and dark? Do the scriptures reference light and dark in the same way Chad and Lori were teaching about it?
No, they would use it as a basis and then elaborate with their ideas.
In using that as a basis, did it draw your attention?
Yes, they had a way to explain where everything their ideas came from and how there was a scriptural basis from it.
Did that make you more open to listening to them?
Yes.
The way they talked about zombies, have you ever seen that as part of the LDS faith?
No.
As part of the LDS faith, have you ever heard it taught that a body has to be destroyed if someone's possessed?
No.
And Alex didn't live with Lori in Arizona, is that correct?
I believe they had separate apartments.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar very quickly?
Uh-oh.
Sure.
Okay. Don't know what that was about. Okay. I don't know what that's about.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think you just clarified that you believe Lori and Alex had separate apartments in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
When Lori moved to Hawaii in February or March of 2019, did Alex go with her?
I don't know.
To the best of your knowledge, did he move there?
I don't know at all.
When you talked about Alex going to Hawaii, that was for just a trip in October?
I don't remember talking about going to Hawaii with Alex. I just planned it with Lori.
And let me back up. On the trip that you'd heard Alex was intending to come, was that the October 2019 trip?
Yes.
And that was not to relocate, is that correct? It was just to visit?
To Hawaii?
Yes.
No, Lori said that he had told me he was going to join us, and then the plans changed.
And that was just a trip, though? You weren't going to remain in Hawaii?
Yes, Lori and I just planned it as a trip.
And when we talk about the light and dark, would you ask Lori to get the answers from Chad on that, if someone was light or dark?
Yes.
And did you ever learn anything in relation, and again, did you learn whether or not Charles was designated as dark?
Yes.
And was he designated as dark?
I believe so, yes.
Is Charles still alive?
No.
Was JJ designated as dark?
I believe so, yes.
Judge, this is going beyond the scope of cross.
Your Honor, is JJ still alive?
No.
Was Tylee labeled as dark?
Yes.
Is Tylee still alive?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you,
And
Ms.
there
Blake.
are people that were labeled dark that are still alive, but
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Ms. Pulowski. Is she still going to be remain under subpoena from either the state or the defense?
Your Honor, the state would ask for her to remain under just temporarily for today.
Okay. Well, where that would only be for today at the request of the state. Is the defense intending to perhaps recall her in its case?
No, Judge.
Okay, then, Ms. Pulowski, you are excused and apparently released from any subpoena until the state would decide later and advise you when that would occur. I am going to advise you not to watch any trial testimony online or in the courtroom until you're advised that you are no longer under subpoena for this case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Appear
Judge.
and testify. You can step down.
all right. So then I believe Eric, y'all know I'm bad with names. The next individual is going to testify. Let me know in the chat, should we keep going until I can? So I have I have about 30 minutes left. Do y'all want us to keep going for as much as we can get through? Or do y'all want to stop here for now? Let me know in the chat. Thank you for watching. Once again, I'm Dr. Barry, licensed psychologist. I do this as a way to just share education and information. This case brings up issues of spiritual harm, spiritual abuse. Okay, we will keep going, Laura. All right, so let's keep going. I believe Pulowski, he's going to be the next person to come in. See, once somebody's in that chair, and we will press play. All right. He was just sworn in. This might be, I don't know if this is her husband. I don't know who he is.
All right, now that Mr. Pulowski's been placed under oath, I do have an inquiry before we start on direct. Mr. Pulowski, there is a exclusionary order not allowing you to listen to any court proceedings before you testified. And this case has been streamed live as well as open to the public. So have you listened to or reviewed in any way any testimony that's occurred in the trial since it started?
No, sir.
All right, have you talked to anyone else about their testimony? No. All right, thank you. Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Ian Pulowski, IANPAWLOWSKI.
I'm bad with names.
Do you know an individual named Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I met her through my wife, Melanie Pulowski.
Do you know if she's related to Melanie Pulowski?
She's her aunt.
Do you know an individual named Alex Cox?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
Also met through my wife, Melanie, and he is her uncle.
Do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
Met through Melanie, married Lori Vallow.
Do you recall approximately when you met Lori and Chad?
I believe it was the 23rd or 24th of November, 2019.
Did you meet them in person?
Yes.
Do you recall where they were located when you met them?
They were in the apartment just next to Melanie's apartment in Rexburg.
And do you recall when you first met Alex Cox?
It was the night that Melanie and I got married.
And do you recall approximately when that was?
November 30th, 2019.
So he was not present when you met Chad and Lori?
No.
At a later date, did you have a conversation with Chad and Lori over Zoom?
Yes.
Why did you have that call with them?
It was to ask their blessing in marrying Melanie
And why did you want to ask their blessing in marrying her?
because of how I understood the relationship that they had.
What did you understand about Melanie's relationship with them?
That Melanie had a kind of a parental view on them. Chad and Lori were kind of guides and supports to her at that point in her life.
When you reached out to them on Zoom, did the call actually take place?
Yes.
Did you end up asking for their blessing?
Yes.
Did they give it to you?
Yes.
Do you recall any?
Imagine meeting someone and based on the chat, it sounds like he worked like with the police or something. Like it sounds like he's might be law enforcement or something. The way he's answering the questions is very direct. It's like someone who maybe has done testimony or like that knows about testifying in court. Wow. And then their niece and nephew go missing, their aunt's arrested, the other guy that gave you a blessing is arrested. I can't imagine.
Anything else that happened during that call?
They gave me, in addition to, giving me a blessing, or saying, they approve of me marrying Melanie. They gave me a religious blessing.
Was anything strange about the religious blessing to you?
It was unorthodox based on the LDS beliefs that I held at the time. He talked about shielding me with light, removing dark weapons from me. The fact that it did not occur in person. Typically, in LDS faith, when you receive a blessing, it's by the laying on of hands and not over Zoom.
Had you ever had a blessing like that before?
No.
Did you end up saying anything about thinking it was a little odd?
Yeah.
Did you say it to Chad and Lori at that time?
No, I said it to Melanie.
I think so. I believe so.
When you first met Chad and Lori on the 23rd or 24th of November, do you recall if you met Tylee walking at that and you were around?
No.
Did Lori ever mention them to you?
No.
Did Chad make mention of them?
No.
When you had the Zoom call, where were you located?
I was at my sister's house in Arizona.
Do you know where Chad and Lori were at that time?
I didn't.
Had Melanie shared, you said you mentioned the blessing was odd
Right.
to Melanie. At any point, did Melanie share some of the beliefs she'd been taught?
Yes.
At some point, did you start hearing some of those beliefs or teachings from Chad and Lori?
Yes.
When Melanie was sharing those with you, was that prior to your marriage?
Yes. There was some that was shared prior to my marriage, and then the bulk of it was the night that we got married.
Initially, were you somewhat open to some of the ideas she was sharing?
Yes.
How long did you remain open to those ideas?
Until the night we got married.
What changed that night?
The weight of what she was sharing, the implications of what she was sharing, it was just hearing that she feared that Tylee and JJ may have been in danger at that time, and the behavior that she was seeing from Chad and Lori at that time.
Ooh, Chad and
Did what she shared with you cause you concern?
Yes.
Did something happen that next morning to amplify your concern?
Yes. That next morning, my daughter thought it would be funny to play hide and seek. And so I got up, I was looking for her. She would not answer. It was quiet in that hotel room for about 5 minutes. I couldn't find her. And then I heard some giggling. She was behind a curtain.
Based on what was shared with you, did you have concerns for the safety of JJ and Tylee?
Yes.
Did you have concerns for other people's safety?
Yes, I did.
Who were those individuals?
My 2 children and my ex-wife.
Wow.
At some point, did you go to law enforcement with your concerns?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I believe that was December 4th or 5th.
Whoa. Okay, so I was not aware that he had concerns that Chad and Lori, that something might have happened to his children and his ex-wife. If for some reason Chad and Lori didn't feel like they fit into like the grand plan, because they seemed to, but like that is so strange. That is very, very strange. Wow.
Did you sit down with law enforcement at that time?
Yes,
Did you participate in an interview?
yes,
Did law enforcement end up asking for your assistance?
yes,
As part of that, did they ask you to record conversations?
yes,
Did they instruct you to only record those conversations if you were present and part of the conversation?
yes.
Did Chad and Lori ever talk to you or talk in front of you about people being light or dark?
Yes,
Do you recall specifically talk of law enforcement?
yes.
What was shared with you in relation to law enforcement?
That there were specific detectives that had been possessed. I can't remember. There were a few different types of possession that they discussed, and I can't remember specifically what type of possession they classified. But there were a few detectives named.
I won't drink underage. Thanks, Mothership.
Did they, and at the time these conversations took place, they would have been after December 4th or 5th of 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time period you would have had these conversations or done the recordings?
Would have been the weekend that Melanie and I went on our honeymoon to Jackson.
Do you recall what weekend that would have been?
It was the weekend of my birthday, so December 6th, 7th, and 8th, I believe.
During that time, was there a recording made with Lori and Chad on the call?
Yes,
Were Zulema and Alex also on the call?
yes,
And you and Melanie?
yes,
Do you recall learning that Alex had passed away?
yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been
I want to say that was December 10th or 11th,
of 2019?
2019. Yes,
Do you recall making a recording that day as well?
yes.
And on that call, do you recall Chad and Lori being on the call
Yes,
and you and Melanie?
yes.
When these calls were being made, had you learned whether Tylee and JJ were missing?
Yes,
And did you know they were missing at that time?
yes.
Where were you living in December of 2019?
I had an apartment just across the street from Melanie's, but at that point after we got married, I'd moved into Melanie's apartment.
And was that in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes,
Do you recall Chad telling you anything in relation to whether or not you should move?
yes.
And what did he direct?
That we should leave as soon as possible. Just get away from law enforcement, basically.
When you talked about Melanie's relationship with Chad and Lori, did she look to them as a mother and father figure?
Yes,
Do you feel she was susceptible to what they were telling her?
yes,
Overall,
yes, she was.
Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 266A. It is a thumb drive. I am going to be asking to publish it.
all right, and describe what the contents are.
The recordings that were just referenced, I think I'll need to lay some additional foundation, and I recognize that, but it may include needing to play a portion of it to allow Mr. Pulowski to identify it.
Okay, very well.
And if I can be handed that.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, we'll have that exhibit please return to council. And then for the limited purpose of establishing foundation, you can play a small portion without any content that would otherwise not be admissible.
And Mr. Pulowski, you talked about making some recordings at the request of law enforcement. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you talked about making one recording when you were on your honeymoon in Jackson.
yes.
And again, do you recall when that was?
December 6th, I believe, or 7th. that I made the recording.
And did you in fact turn those recordings over to law enforcement?
I did.
And if you were to hear a portion of what's purported to be that recording, do you think you would recognize it?
Absolutely.
See how quality is.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish just the first portion.
You may.
So. What's that? So when Lucifer attacks.
And I'll stop it right there. Were you able to hear those initial voices?
Yes,
Do you recognize the female voice?
yes, that's Melanie.
And do you recognize the male voice that was heard?
I'm not sure if that was Chad or Alex.
In what you heard from Melanie, do you recall this being the recording from the day we talked about?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move for admission of States Exhibit 266A.
Any objection?
With the understanding, Judge, that the entire recording of 266A is included as an exhibit. If that's the case, there's no objection.
Okay, Ms. Blake, I'll admit it. I would like you, if you can, to reference the, if you have, for example, the length or duration of the call so that we can confirm that it's the entire recording being admitted.
Yes, Your Honor. The jump drive being admitted into evidence will have 87 minutes. It's the state's intent and request to publish portions of that, and I will put the time marks on the record as we publish those.
All right, that works. Thank you, Ms. Blake. So 266A is admitted in its entirety.
The mark 636, so 6 minutes and 36 seconds.
Thank you.
You guys heard about Dave yesterday? No, So she was talking to Dave, and Dave said the reason he wasn't moving forward in their relationship is because he never got a confirmation on zombies. He doesn't believe she was really ordained. And when, if she was really ordained, 148,000, you know, he would change his mind.
Right.
So he's not buying anything. And Gibb said, talk yourself into thinking that the only way to clear her conscience is to call the police and tell them that she knows, which is that she never had JJ. And when she asked who it was, you and I told her that she was better off not knowing.
I said that?
That's what she says.
She threw me under the bus for nothing?
Yes, we were walking in the park.
No, not just you. She was throwing everybody under
She was throwing everybody in the bus because she thought the cops would present the rule and that was going to clear her conscience with God. Which made, she didn't even know what anything is.
Okay, so. That's Raphael. You what? Hold on.
JCPenney rewards are better than ever. Everybody gets more with great deals every day. Rewards members now earn more Cash Pass points for shopping, and you'll save more on JCPenney purchases as a card member. Sign up for JCPenney rewards today. JCPenney, make it count.
And sorry, y'all, there aren't captions, and I'm not able to turn it up. There should be captions for this portion that's added later, but what I'm hearing is it sounds like it might have been Melanie, and I think they'll probably clarify what was said, but that Melanie was kind of wanting to go to the police to clear up like what had happened. And then I heard Lori speak up briefly.
Call us back. So I waited. Okay. Mama.
Melanie Pawlowski, are you there?
I'm here. I miss you. I miss you. No. So perfect. Good daddy.
We're alive. She'll be able to hear you when she stops sobbing.
Oh, I miss you guys.
Oh,
did you miss my baby? Where is he? I'm here. I'm in the ER tonight.
And I'm stopping at 8 minutes, 50 seconds. Mr. Pulowski, we hear several people on there.
Yes.
The first man on the call, did you recognize his voice now that you heard more of it?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Alex.
And we hear another female join in initially. Could you tell who that was?
That was Ulema.
And it's hard to hear, but did you hear Alex talking about Dave?
Yes.
Do you know who he was referencing?
I believe he's referencing David Warwick.
And he was talking about Dave's not buying anything.
Right.
Do you know what that was in reference to?
I believe at that time they were Melanie Gibb and David Warwick were both kind of, I don't know how, I never met them in person, never discussed anything with them in person. I never heard them on calls, so I don't know how pulled into it they were at that time, but they were essentially trying to step away because things were starting to get a little too hot.
And the indication was that Dave's not buying it.
Right.
And there was also talk of Melanie Gibb was going to go to the police. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And she was going to tell the police she never had JJ. Did you also hear that part?
Yes.
Did you know what that was in relation to?
No.
And then at some point, a female says, Raphael. Do you know who that was referencing?
Yes.
And who was that?
Chad.
And then it sounds like two more individuals joined the call. Could you tell who the female was?
That was Lori.
And could you tell who the man was?
That was Chad.
And there's reference to mommy and daddy.
Right.
Was that in relation to Melanie as if she were their child?
Correct. Yes.
And you talk about Melanie sobbing.
Yes.
Were you present with Melanie?
I was.
Did she appear overcome with emotion?
Yeah. She was relieved to hear their voices.
Had she not heard from them in some time?
throughout those first few weeks, they had a tendency to call in and then disappear for a few days or a week at a time.
And did you know where Chad and Lori were located when that call took place?
No.
Mr. Plosky, I'm sorry, would you scoot up a little
Yes,
closer
of
to your
course.
mic while you test?
And I think if you put the mic just under your chin, I believe they're directional. Might pick you up a little better. I'm next going to move to, actually, let me try to get it there. I'm going to be starting at 9 minutes, 25 seconds.
Oh, I had that yesterday too. Yeah. Well, it was out yesterday. It attacked us all so bad. It was emotional for me yesterday. Like I just missed my kids like nuts. I was bawling in the temple, but
Okay, so I think this is a great. So I do think that Pryor might be able to keep Chad from getting the death penalty, because I don't think the state's going to be able to prove that he's the one that like, I think he was involved in some way, but I don't know that they're going to be able to prove it to a point where people will go for the death penalty in this case. Or I think Pryor will be able to bring up enough doubt where I think at this point, the state has a very, very strong case. And yeah, I think the state's case is really strong, but Pryor might be able to keep him from getting the death penalty.
Your Honor, I'm going to stop it at 9 minutes, 40 seconds. There was some talk on there about some attacks, and Melanie talks about an emotional attack in relation to her kids. Do you know what's being referenced there? Was someone actually being attacked?
There were no physical attacks. What they're referencing were spiritual attacks from Satan.
Did that link back to the blessing that you were given by Chad?
Yes.
Had you heard of spiritual attacks before, like they were talking about them?
Yes.
And had you heard about them from someone besides this group?
I'd only heard from these types of attacks from Melanie.
Or
I couldn't believe these shocking facts about women and money. Get this, women
going to be moving to 14 minutes, 15 seconds.
it's horrible. Is he one of the bad ones?
It gets quiet all of a sudden. I always wonder if like I'm paused. I see people moving, so I know it's playing.
Horrible. Is he one of the bad ones? Yeah, Tim and Hope are the two bad ones. I wondered if it was Lieutenant Ball. Lieutenant Ball kept bringing me food and water. And I was like, is he poisoning me? He's like, here's some fresh Hope and your guy, your Messina guy. Those are the two bad ones. Yeah, so he has all my stuff.
And stopping at 14 minutes, 44 seconds. In there, do you hear the reference that Hope and Hermosillo are the bad ones?
Yes.
Do you know where Hope and Hermosillo work?
Yes.
Where do they work?
Rexburg Police Department.
Next, I will be going to minute mark 20, well, mark 20 minutes, 38 seconds.
So, like, you know about you? Just that she's not good. She's a little doubting and falling because Dave. Just that she's gonna go tell the police that she's like. Yeah, and throw all this under the bus. I don't know, that makes sense. Remember, I always got that thing about her that, yeah, and I was like, so I was just mama bear claws towards you. Like, I was like, yeah, well, the Lord kept saying, like, Melanie, like, you don't trust her, but just let Lori have her, experience with that. And I just keep, doing what I'm doing. And it bothered me because I was like, I want to trust her because you trust her. And I kept getting something else, so it makes sense now, I guess. Yeah. Well, how do you see it going, I guess? Like, that is bad for her in every way, because we can't trust her anymore. Does that for one. For two, it ruins her place with us. But for three, you call the police and you tell them that you're a liar, and then you try to tell them something that's the truth, they're gonna be like, you just said you were a liar. Right. So I don't know if I trust that at all. Right. So you kind of shoot yourself in the foot. You call them, tell them that you lied, and then try to tell them the truth. Right. So I don't see it going anywhere bad for any of us.
And stopping at 22 minutes, 18 seconds. Mr. Pulowski, do you hear in there again talk of Dave and Melanie?
Yes.
Do you know which Dave they're referencing
Yeah, it's still David Warwick.
and the Melanie?
Melanie Gibb.
And did you hear in there again talk of Melanie was going to go to the police and tell him she lied?
Yes.
And do you hear Lori's responses that there's going to be three things for her?
Right.
One, that she's essentially lost her place with this group. Is that correct?
Yes.
One, she has all this knowledge and she may be accountable for it.
Yes.
And third, that now she's going to go tell the police the truth after lying.
Yes.
Do you know what Melanie Gibb had lied to the police about?
She had lied to the police about having, I believe it was just JJ in her possession.
And again, there's reference to Dave kind of being the problem or Melanie's falling because of Dave. Did you hear that as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, next I'm moving to 22 minutes, 45 seconds.
So Julie had said that you guys felt that maybe we should consider going to Idaho Falls for a little while, and we prayed about it and felt like, I don't know, I felt like either one will be fine. Like we're gonna be okay no matter what. So I don't know if there's a better option or a good option, but we kind of just felt like we're okay to stay there, like that's our home and we're making it just our place of light and it'll be protected. But is there something we need to be aware of or? Yeah, well, they are, and they're probably tracking my phone and listening in or whatever, but I'm aware we're just doing our own thing and kind of just.
So I wonder, so his wife probably didn't know that he was recording these calls for the police. I wonder how their marriage was after, like how she felt after finding out that he was the one that was recording the calls and turned them in. Because she seems very much still caught up in believing Chad and Lori and very much bonded to them and not really seeing how they are, in my opinion, manipulating her, almost like a trauma bond versus a secure bond.
Just hanging out together. So we're at my apartment.
Where you're at,
Well, right now we're in Jackson, but we've just been sleeping at my apartment and we're putting the 30 days on his apartment. He lives literally across the street at those other apartments. So, I did find a house that's really cute, $1,500 a month that's there in Rexburg. That might be a good thing. Maybe you want to move. I mean, if you guys are thinking we need to move, I kind of felt like we were fine, that like, kind of like, pretty much what can they do? I mean.
And stopping at 24 minutes, 23 seconds. Could you, outside of you and Melanie, could you hear the other male and female on there?
Yes.
Or, excuse me, I don't think you're on there. Outside of Melanie, do you know who the other female was that was speaking?
That was Lori.
And do you know who the male was?
That was Chad.
And Chad indicated he had a worry that they were still watching Melanie.
Right.
Do you know who he was referring to?
The police, law enforcement in general.
Had law enforcement talked to Melanie?
At that point, I don't believe they had.
So you still don't believe you can get Nuvia's permanent teeth in 24 hours? Well, we brought in one of our patients, Cassie, to give you the rundown.
And had you talked to law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you know they were actively looking for JJ and Tylee?
Yes.
Moving to minute 26, second 07.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna keep going. What could they possibly do? Well, he said he's not gonna stop until, until they get what they want. So I don't know. There's some.
So we need to get out of that complex.
Okay.
Not rush out of it. They're not gonna leave you alone. I could sense the network pretty deep, and they're gonna see you as the target since you're the only one that they really can find at the moment. For your own sake, for your own sanity, you bet.
Okay.
We know you were left there, and it worked for 2 months for us as we planned. We got together and we found Ian, and now a different phase of your life has begun.
So his.
Like he's so like he doesn't react at all. Like he's just so stoic. And because to me, he's using a lot of we. Now the defense might say like Lori had him convinced, or I don't know. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Continuing with the state's case in chief, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state would call Nick Balance.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Right into the mic, yeah, over there, and you have a
Okay, thanks, sir.
All right, thank you. Agent Balance has been sworn, is recalled, and previously testified in the case, but I'll ask the witness, have you viewed any of the trial testimonies taken place since you were last here?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about about their testimony or your previous testimony?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. And before I do, Your Honor, I had notified the clerk earlier that I would be requesting State's Exhibit 156.
Very well.
Good afternoon, Agent.
Good afternoon, sir.
And as a reminder, can you restate your name for the record?
Yes, sir. It's Nicholas Balance, Balance spelled Ballance.
And an agent is the proper.
Yes, sir. That's
I
fine.
don't care. All right. If you could just, you've testified already, but if you could briefly remind the jury what your occupation is.
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI, and I'm assigned specifically to a group known as the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST.
All right. And just briefly again, what does CAST do?
CAST briefly is looking at records that are maintained by a provider and then placing those records onto a map. It's kind of the most general sense of what I do whenever I'm doing an analysis.
And Your Honor, if I may publish from 156.
You may.
So Agent, just briefly, when you were here last time, we discussed a couple of dates, September 9th, September 23rd, and a few other things as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Agent, do you recognize what's on the screen?
I do.
Is this part of the report that we spoke about earlier?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And does this report also cover dates throughout October?
It does, yes, sir.
Okay. And some other dates as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what the jury is seeing on slide 58 and why it was important to your investigation?
So this was a receipt that was provided to me that was associated with a telephone number 401-569-8260 that had a bill to name listed as Boyd Dial.
And why was the name Boyd Dial significant to you?
I saw that as the subscriber across numerous telephone numbers that were later attributed to Chad Daybell.
So when you see the name Boyd Dial, do you associate that with Mr. Daybell?
Yes, correct.
And what is the date on this point of purchase information?
You can see it there at the top right. Don't know if the pointer's showing on the white, but it's the October the 8th, 2019 at 2:56 p.m.
And are you aware of what this is a receipt for?
I would defer to AT&T for the specifics, but I've definitely seen them before associated with changes made to an account.
Okay. Inform the jury what's significant about slide 59 in your investigation.
So this is showing a return from TracFone, which is a company that provides wireless service. They just are what's known as a mobile virtual network operator, meaning that they don't have towers. So they rely on one of the larger providers that have a cellular infrastructure in order to carry calls on their network. So one of the things that we can obtain from TracFone is what's called point of purchase information. So if you were to go to Walmart and purchase a TracFone, they would have the information associated with that purchase and certain pieces of information associated with it. So the telephone number 334-744-4205. And then as you look across the information that's provided from TracFone, you'll see that the merchant was Walmart, which would be where it was purchased from. You can see the amount, which is going to be the cost associated with the phone. And then over on the far right, you can also see the time associated with the purchase. On the bottom, you'll see the actual address of the Walmart where it was purchased, as well as the phone number associated with that Walmart. And then TracFone point of purchase information, the time is stored in Eastern Standard Time. So because of that, since this purchase was made in Rexburg, Idaho, I had to deduct 2 hours, which went from 17:24 to 3:24 as the actual time that the purchase was made.
And you mentioned the phone number for which this point of purchase information is associated with, correct?
Yes, correct.
And can you read that number again?
Certainly. It's 334-744-4205.
Are you aware of who that number is associated with?
Yes, that number was attributed to Alex Cox.
Agent, we spoke before about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail belong to.
Sure. The Homer J. Maximus at Gmail, actually, the account information listed Alex Cox as being associated with that account. And then also, one of the things that I spoke about previously was that the location history that was found on was associated with the Alex Cox number ending 9120.
And on slide 60, what is the jury seeing here?
So here, this is the address associated with the previous slide that showed the point of purchase information, the Walmart that's located in Rexburg. And then it is location information that was stored by Google associated with Alex Cox's account. So if you look at the summary box on the left side, you'll see that there were 18 Google locations that were logged via Wi-Fi, and then one that was associated with the GPS for a total of 19. And then all of them are placed in and around the Walmart in Rexburg between the time of 2:59 p.m. and 3:37 p.m.
There is a blue box in the upper right-hand corner. Can you read that?
Yes, this says does not include all activity between 2:59:59 and 3:37:02. Only locates with 100 meters or less margin of error are depicted.
And if you can just briefly remind the jury, what is the margin of error when we're talking about these location hits?
So the center point of where each one of those blue Wi-Fi locations, the margin of error is basically 100 meters out in a circular pattern from the center point of where those icons are on the map. So each one that's listed has different margins of error associated with it. But what I did was I only looked at, during that time frame, 100 meters or less for the margin of error.
And why is it that you only looked at location hits with the margin of error of 100 meters or less?
That was the number I chose kind of at the beginning of this case, just to ensure that anytime we had locates, the precision would be based on a objective number versus just kind of picking what margin of error I wanted for a specific day.
In slide 61, can you tell the jury what they're looking at?
So here you're looking at Verizon text message content associated with the phone number 208-690-9374, which you can see in the actual return there as the originating MDN or mobile device number. And then you can see the same thing in the second message here. So what these are returns from Verizon that are showing text message content or a text message that was sent associated with that account. The first one at 11:57 listed here. Again, they're listed in East Coast time, so I had to subtract 2 hours. So the adjusted time is at the top. You'll see 9:57 and 51 seconds. That's associated with the top message that reads, "Gonna stop by the store right now to get that other number working. Hopefully it won't take long."
And Agent, you mentioned the number that these two text messages were sent from. What was that number again?
So that number is 208-690-9374.
And who is that number associated with?
Chad Daybell.
Okay. And if you can explain what you see in that second white box.
So the second, same thing. It's a text message that originated from the number ending 9374 associated with Chad Daybell. And the content reads, "I will call right now from a 401 number."
And do those boxes include who's receiving those messages?
They do. So if you look below, you'll see the terminating MDN. And so both of these messages went to 808-755-5452.
And are you familiar with who that number is associated with?
I am.
Who is that?
That's associated with Lori Vallow.
Okay. And so what we have is a message saying he will be calling from a 401 number, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what they're seeing on slide 62?
So this is going back to looking at how I would map interactions with a cellular network. And just to refresh, since it's the first one in a couple weeks, you can see my legend at the bottom left will show the telephone number and who it was associated with. And then the mapping to the right will show in the blue the specific number ending in 8260 associated with Chad Daybell. And then the 9374 number also associated with Chad Daybell just in the green. And then you see the call boxes that are pointed to the specific tower and sector that was being used for that interaction and the information associated with it. So for the 8260 number, you see an interaction at 1027, which was an outbound call to 808-755-5452, which is associated with Lori Vallow. And then you also see the other phone ending 9374 associated with Chad Daybell receiving an incoming call from a number that I don't recognize.
So I'm going to go back one slide. Well, actually, I'm going to call your attention again to this, to the blue box in the middle of the screen. It's an outgoing call with the 401 number, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And just again, if you could just briefly summarize what it says here on the on this second box.
Sure. So it's an outbound text at 10:26 and 35 seconds that reads, "I will call right now," from a 401 number.
And what time did that message go out?
That was at 10:26 and 35 seconds.
And then this phone call, what time did that go out?
That went out at 10:27 and 14 seconds.
From a 401 number?
Yes, sir. Correct.
You can explain what the jury's seeing on slide 63.
So this is looking at drive test data associated with the two towers and sectors that were utilized on the previous page. So the blue is going to be associated with the AT&T, and then red would be associated with the Verizon tower.
And is this related to the last slide we just looked at?
It is. So at that time, you can see the WR icon, which is Wireless Revolution LLC, which if you go back to the receipt from October the 8th, that's the location of that store.
Before we move on, Agent, we spoke last time about some types of records that Verizon does not keep. Are there specific records they do not keep in regards to text messages?
Yes, during the time period that these reports were generated, Verizon did not include the cell site and sector associated with text messages. So basically what that means is if a Verizon customer sends a text message, you're not able to see what tower and sector is used in Verizon's call detail records.
Thank you. And then slide 64, what are we seeing here?
So this is showing the other side of the calls that were shown previously. And it's showing the location of the 4652 phone, as well as the 5452 phone, both attributed to Lori Vallow. And they're using towers and sectors consistent with being down just outside of Phoenix, southeast of Chandler, Arizona.
And are these related to the 401 phone call that we saw on the other slide?
Yes, sir, correct.
In slide 65, what are we seeing here?
So this is just showing on the same date additional use of the number ending 8260 and the number ending 9374 associated with Chad Daybell.
And on slide 66, what are we seeing?
The same as previously, just additional use. This is between 1:11 p.m. and 2:22 p.m. of the 9374 phone and the 8260 phone, both associated with Chad Daybell.
And in this box that I'm moving the mouse over, can you go down through and tell the jury what's going on in there? What devices are communicating with which device?
Sure. So if you're looking at the top box, again, under the white, it's not very clear, but the first is an incoming call that was received at 1:11 from the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. So Lori Vallow is calling into the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell. And that call is 513 seconds, which is about a little less than 10 minutes. And then you see see text messages being exchanged between the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell and the 4205 number associated with Alex Cox.
And then what is the date that these exchanges were taking place?
That's October the 9th between 1:11 p.m. and 2:22 p.m.
And Agent, I know it's hard to see on the big screen, but if you can look on your monitor, this label here, what is that?
So that's going to be the Rexburg, Idaho Temple.
And so is that location consistent with these the call records and cellular data for the ingoing and outgoing for that 401 number?
Based on just looking at this page, I would say yes, but I also did the drive testing as well. So that would be a more clear indicator versus an estimate.
Okay. And the red box, what is that detailing?
So that's associated with a Verizon tower, and that's 3 calls made by the 9374 phone associated with Chad Daybell.
And if you can explain to the jury what they're seeing on slide 67.
Sure. So this is just looking at the 2 AT&T towers and sectors that were highlighted on the previous page, and then what the coverage looks like from a zoomed out perspective.
And if you can just use the pointer to show the jury where you're referring to.
Sure. So these 2 towers and sectors here, and then the coverage areas in green and in red. So as you can see, the green does actually go up north of Chad Daybell's residence, and then the red goes out west, kind of on the outskirts of Rexburg.
And is this the same thing but zoomed in?
It is.
If you can just describe that a little bit with the jury, what you can tell from that data.
It's just easier to see because now you can look at actual locations in Rexburg and whether or not coverage was in that area. And you can also see the overlapping coverage that's going to be that darker green color, which would indicate that both of those towers and sectors would provide coverage to those locations. And going back to the previous question, the Rexburg, Idaho Temple is in an overlapping coverage area right there.
And what is the jury seeing on slide 69?
So the previous slides were looking at AT&T coverage. This is looking at Verizon coverage. Only 1 tower and sector was used during the time frame previously. So this is just showing what the Verizon coverage looks like for that tower and sector.
And is that relatively in the same area?
Yes, it is. That tower's just southeast of Rexburg.
And on slide 70?
Just another zoomed in view to where you can see actual locations within Rexburg that tower and sector would provide coverage to.
On slide 7, and again, if you can tell us the date of the information on this slide and then describe what the jury's seeing on slide 71.
Sure. So we're looking at October 9th of 2019 between 12 o'clock and 29 seconds and 1:23 p.m.
And what is the data that's being displayed?
So this is all the Google locations reported via Wi-Fi for Alex Cox's Google account, and they are all consistent with being at Lori Vallow's residence during that time.
And just, Agent, is there a reason you looked at the geolocation and cellular data for October 9th of 2019?
I was asked to look at that due to an attempted assault on Tammy Daybell that occurred that day.
And if you can explain for the jury what they're seeing on slide 72.
So here we're looking at October 9th at 1:05 p.m. And this is from the Homer J. Maximus Gmail account. Google also, if you opt in to have your search history maintained, then that would be stored associated with the account. So this is one of the search items that was made from Alex Cox's Google account, one of the searches that was made.
And why was that search significant to you?
So it was a search for Auburn, Alabama zip code. And so the phone number I mentioned previously that was associated with Alex Cox from the track phone that was purchased at Walmart, it had a Auburn, Alabama area code.
And what do we see on slide 73?
So again, this is looking at Google location history associated with Alex Cox's Google account, showing that the device moved between 123 and 0 seconds to 123 and 32 seconds, consistent with going from Lori Vallow's apartment to Alex Cox's apartment.
And slide 74.
Showing from 1:23 p.m. to 2:37 p.m. Google location history is associated with Alex Cox's account, consistent with being at Alex Cox's
Devices.
No. So the location history was only turned on one device, and that was the number ending 9120.
And so is that a different number than the number we just spoke about that had the Auburn, Alabama area code?
Yes, sir, it is.
And slide 75.
Showing on October the 9th between 2:37 and 2:40, Google location history from Alex Cox's account, consistent with movement to the northwest away from Alex Cox's apartment.
And slide 76.
Showing from 2:42 p.m. to approximately 3:14 p.m. Google location history associated with Alex Cox's account, consistent with traveling from Rexburg down towards Idaho Falls.
And if you can point out the different areas that are on your legend.
Sure. So up top, you can see different addresses of interest that were up in Rexburg. And then you can see GPS and Wi-Fi consistent with travel down to Idaho Falls, and this SW, which is the Sportsman's Warehouse in Idaho Falls.
What do we see on slide 77?
So this again is Google location history associated with Alex Cox's account on October the 9th between 3:42 and approximately 4:12 p.m. consistent with being in the area of the Sportsman's Warehouse.
I mean, what city was that Sportsman's Warehouse in?
That was down in Idaho Falls.
And what do we see on slide 78?
Again, this is showing on October the 9th from approximately 4:47 to 5:56 p.m. Google location history associated with Alex Cox's account. The first at 4:47 is showing around Highway 20. I think that's 1900. I forget the name of the road, this north-south there. But consistent with traveling from that intersection up towards the area of Chad Daybell's residence, and then also consistent with going east from Chad Daybell's residence back over towards Highway 20.
And so, and just to be clear, is it the timeline? Can you just point at the different boxes, the different times?
Sure. So we have at 4:47 p.m., the first location that I spoke about. Continuing northbound, 4:49 p.m. up in the area of Chad Daybell's residence at 4:51. And then these two over here by Highway 20 are at 4:55 and 4:56.
And again, does this cover all the data or only within a specific margin of error?
So again, this goes back to my number where I only used locates that were 100 meters or less margin of error.
And then on slide 79, what do we see?
So this is looking at the time window of October the 9th from approximately 4:57 p.m. to 5:03 p.m. Google location history associated with Alex Cox, the first being at 4:57 in the area of Highway 20, and then consistent with going westbound, and then another one that is south of that at 5:03 p.m.
And the location at 503, there's an SC right above that. What does the SC stand for?
That represents Salem Church.
And from your knowledge, is the Salem Church on the same road that Chad Daybell's residence is?
Yes, sir, it is.
You know approximately the distance between the two locations?
Approximately 2.5 miles.
And what do we see on slide 80?
So this is looking at Google location history associated with Alex Cox. October the 9th from approximately 5:16 p.m. till approximately 11:53 p.m. the same day.
And so does that device appears to be stationary?
Yeah, that's the device associated with the number ending 9120, consistent with being in the area of Alex Cox's apartment.
Until 11:53 at night.
Yes, correct.
Can you tell us what we see on slide 81?
So this is looking at cellular interactions between the 8260 number associated with Chad Daybell and the AT&T network, utilizing two different towers and sectors that both provide coverage to the Daybell residents. And then looking at starting at approximately 5:28, text messages that are exchanged between the 8260 number associated with Chad Daybell and the 4652 phone number associated with Lori Vallow, as well as text messages exchanged with the number ending 4205 associated with Alex Cox.
And that 4205, that is the number with an Auburn area code, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct. That's the 334 number.
And when was that line activated?
That was purchased on October the 8th, and I can't remember when the first phone call actually was made with that line.
But just the day before.
Correct.
And this 401-569-8260 number, when was that? When did activity begin on that number?
The activity for data exchanges on the network began on October the 8th, but the first text message was on October the 9th.
So both the 8260 number associated with Mr. Daybell and this number with the Auburn area code associated with Mr. Cox, they were both activated within this same time frame of between the 8th and 9th of October 2019.
That's correct.
Okay. If you can go to this box and describe the activity that's going on there between the numbers that are shown.
Those are 4 outbound texts sent from the 8260 number associated with Chad Daybell to the 4205 number associated with Alex Cox. 7:13, 2 at 7:13, 1 at 8:35, and then 1 at 8:43.
Okay. And I know it's a little tedious, but if you could do the same thing on this second box, the numbers that are being texted to and with the times.
Sure. I'm not going to be able to point and read, but I'll go through them. So the first at 5:28 is an outbound SMS. 8260 associated with Chad Daybell sends a message to 4652 associated with Lori Vallow. And then there is back and forth, both with 4652 at 5:52 and again at 6:03. And then there are 4 text messages exchanged between 8260 associated with Chad Daybell and 4205 associated with Alex Cox, starting at 7:30 and continuing through 8:38. Then there's another text message sent from the 8260 associated with Chad Daybell to the 4652 associated with Lori Vallow at 9:30. And then there are two more text messages between the 4205 associated with Alex Cox. And then one more text message sent to the 4652 associated with Lori Vallow.
That's on October 9th, correct?
Correct.
I speak with you about October 18th. Are you aware through your investigation, well, did you look at information regarding October 18th in your investigation?
I did.
Why was that?
I had received information from the investigative team that Tammy Daybell was found deceased sometime between late hours of October 18th and early morning hours of October the 19th.
What do we see on slide 83?
So this is showing the use of the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell on October the 18th between 10:40 and 11:22 a.m. The first use is at approximately 10:40, which would be of a tower that would provide coverage to the Daybell residence, sending an outgoing SMS to the 4205 number associated with Alex Cox. And then use of a tower down in Rexburg at 11:21. An outbound call to Lori Vallow's number ending in 4652.
What do we see on slide 84?
So the usage of two phones, both associated with Chad Daybell, the 8260, as well as the 9374 on October the 18th between 11:21 a.m. and 12:11 p.m., consistent with both phones being down in the area of Rexburg.
And do you recognize the number on the red box that the outgoing call goes to?
I do not.
What do we see on slide 85?
This is Google location history associated with Alex Cox on October the 18th between approximately 11:02 and 12:20, consistent with that device being at Lori Vallow's apartment.
And that's from the Homer J. Maximus geolocation data, correct?
That's correct.
And slide 86.
So this is showing the use of the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell, utilizing a tower and sector that provide coverage to the Daybell residence. And there are two outbound texts, one incoming text. All those are exchanged with the Lori Vallow phone ending 4652.
And on slide 87, what do we see?
So the same thing, the 8260 phone's interaction with the AT&T network, utilizing two different towers and sectors that provide overlapping coverage to the Daybell residence on October the 18th between 1:36 p.m. and 8:54 p.m. And so these are all, there's one voice call and the rest are text messages. And the two numbers that those exchanges are occurring with are the 4652 Lori Vallow 4205 Alex Cox phone.
And in this second box, it looks like there's one with that Alex Cox phone. What time was that at?
So I see an 8:44 an outbound text to the 4205 Alex Cox phone.
If you can tell us what we see in slide 88.
So again, this is going to show interactions between the 8260 phone and the AT&T network, the 8260 phone being associated with Chad Daybell, utilizing two different towers and sectors that both provide coverage to the Daybell residence. And these are going to be all text messages back and forth with the 4205 number associated with Alex Cox.
And I understand it's a bit tedious. In this first box, can you read the times of those messages?
Sure. So we have 9:35 and incoming from the 4205 associated with Alex Cox. Is it okay if it's all right with the court? I'll just say whether it's an incoming or outgoing since they're all associated with the 4205.
There's no objection. That's fine with me.
It's fine.
Okay, so you have at 9:35 an incoming, at 10:12 an outgoing, another one at 10:12 that is an incoming, a 10:23 that is an outgoing, and then it's going to switch over to the other box, but I'll just read the one on the left instead of jumping back and forth.
Okay.
10:40 incoming, 10:53 incoming, 10:54 outgoing, and then switching to the other tower and sector, 10:28 incoming, 10:32 outgoing, 10:33 incoming, 10:39 an outgoing, 10:53 an outgoing, another incoming at 10:53, and then an outgoing and an incoming both at 10:54. 4. Yes, ma'am.
And all these messages, these are those numbers we spoke about earlier, correct? That were activated between the 8th and the 9th.
Yes, specifically to this page, they are.
And all these messages were between 9:35 PM and 10:55 PM.
Correct.
And just to be clear, on October 18th of 2019.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Can you tell us what we see on slide 89?
This is looking at Google location history associated with Alex Cox between 10:05 and 10:07. Consistent with movement from Rexburg up towards the area of the Salem Church. So the first GPS location reporting to Google is going to be at 10:05 down in the area of Highway 20 and Salem Road. And then the second is at 10:07 in the area of the Salem Church.
And that's the Homer J. Maximus associated with Alex Cox.
Yes, sir, correct.
And so at the Salem Church, the time that hit is at 10:07 PM.
Yes, sir, correct.
And what do we see in slide 90?
So this is zoomed in a little bit more on the Salem Church, and it's showing Google location history associated with Alex Cox between approximately on October the 18th, between approximately 10:07 and 10:45 PM. And so there's 12 locations that are reported via Wi-Fi. And on the previous page, reported via GPS there. And then the other Wi-Fi locations are reported around the Salem Church.
And can you tell us what we see on slide 91?
Sure. This is looking at interactions between the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell and the AT&T network, utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to the residents, the Chad Daybell residents, excuse me. And there are 3 outbound text messages that are sent to the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow.
And what do we see on slide 92?
So this is associated with the 9120 phone attributed to Alex Cox, an interaction with the Verizon network, making an outbound call to the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow, utilizing a tower and sector that would provide coverage kind of southwest Rexburg. And that call is approximately, it's 977 seconds. So approximately 16 minutes and 17 seconds, if I did my math right.
So that's a call from a number associated with Alex Cox to a number associated with Lori Vallow?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And this is down in the general Rexburg area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just for timing, I'm going to go back 2 slides. What was the last known time that the Homer J. Maximus account was located at the Salem Church.
That was at approximately 10:45 and 26 seconds PM.
And this device on slide 92 that we were just talking about, that phone call to Lori Vallow, that device the phone call was made from, the 9120, that's the device associated, that's the device that you obtained Homer J. Maximus information from, correct?
Yes, correct. So in order to see Google location history, the only device that was reporting Google locations was the device associated with 9120.
What do we see on slide 93?
So this is the other side of the call that was indicated in the previous page. So this is the 4652 phone receiving that call from the 9120 phone and utilizing a tower and sector consistent with being in Hawaii.
And slide 94.
So this is showing Google location history starting at 11:54, and that Google location history again is associated with Alex Cox's account. Starting October 18th, approximately 11:54, and continuing through October the 19th at approximately 12:09 a.m., consistent with travel from Rexburg down towards Idaho Falls. So the location that you see here at 11:54 is consistent with being just south of Rexburg, and then the location at 12:09 in the morning the following day is consistent with being just north of Idaho Falls.
And an agent, based on the information you're aware of, what day was Tammy Daybell reported dead?
So that would have been sometime between the late hours of October 18th and the early morning hours of October the 19th.
Turn your attention to October 22, 2019. Are you aware of any event that took place that day?
Yeah, I believe the investigative team had informed me that that was the date of Tammy Daybell's funeral.
And what do we see on slide 96?
So this is showing use of the 8260 phone associated with Chad Daybell, as well as use of the 9374 phone, also associated with Chad Daybell on October the 22nd, 2019, between 1:46 p.m. and 4:17 p.m. Those are both on two separate networks. 8260 is associated with AT&T. 9374 is associated with Verizon. But all of the usage is consistent with being in and around the area just outside of Provo. I think it was Springville, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And in those blue boxes, the number, the 8260 number associated with Mr. Daybell, what number is he communicating with?
So those are all text messages, both inbound and a couple of outbound with the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow.
And on slide 97, what is the jury saying?
So this is just a repeat of a lot of the information that was on the previous page, zoomed in to show that both the AT&T network, which is indicated in blue, and then the green, which is the Verizon network, are both providing coverage in and around the area of the Evergreen Cemetery, as well as the Holiday Inn.
And the 401 or the 8260 number associated with Mr. Daybell, who was that communicating with?
Again, it's a repeat from the previous, and it's showing communication with the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow.
Agent, were you asked with looking at any other cellular data information in this case?
I was.
And what was that?
I was asked to look at the usage of Tylee Ryan's phone and any time that it was used in a similar area that the Lori Vallow phone was used.
And did you find times when that occurred?
I did. I found several instances.
What do we see in slide 99?
So this is showing use of the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow and the 9612 phone associated with Tylee Ryan, using towers consistent with being out in northeast Kansas.
And just for clarity's sake, through your investigation, are you aware of the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
I was.
And when was that?
That was in September of 2019.
In slide 100, what are we seeing?
So this is looking at October the 16th. This is usage in Rexburg of both the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow and the 9612 phone associated with Tylee Ryan between 12:26 and 12:35 p.m.
And so is the purpose of this slide just to show that Tylee Ryan's phone is still getting used?
Yes, correct.
And again, slide 101.
This is showing just usage of Tylee Ryan's phone on October the 24th at approximately 6:29 in the morning on the outskirts of Phoenix, Arizona.
And 102, what are we seeing there?
This is showing two separate days. So it's showing the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow being utilized on November the 5th, 2019, using a tower and sector consistent with being in Hawaii. And then use of the 9612 phone associated with Tylee Ryan on November the 4th at approximately 10:15, utilizing a tower and sector that would provide coverage out in Hawaii.
And again, is the purpose of this just to show that Tylee Ryan's phone was in the same general location as
Judge,
Lori
I'm going to
Vallow's?
object at this point. It's testifying, counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
What was the purpose of this slide?
This was basically just to show if Lori Vallow's phone and Tylee Ryan's phone were consistently together after she was believed to be deceased.
And on slide 103.
This is again use of the 9612 phone associated with Tylee Ryan on December the 15th at approximately 12:25 p.m. and using a tower and sector out in Hawaii.
And we actually, slide 104, we briefly went over this on the last day you testified, other than the last date, which was October 15th. Can you tell us about what you found on October 15th?
So again, this was just looking at any times that the Google account associated with Alex Cox had location information consistent with being in the area of the Chad Daybell residence. And so this was showing that on October the 15th between 1:41 and 1:52, 6 locations reported via Wi-Fi consistent with being in the area of the Chad Daybell residence.
And again, did you limit what margin of error did you limit those searches to?
Those were still based on 100 meters or less of margin error.
And Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Once you're ready, Mr. Pryor,
No
cross-examination.
questions, Judge.
All right. That will conclude the testimony then of Agent Balance. Is he going to be recalled potentially again?
Your Honor, we'd keep him under subpoena, potential rebuttal, but we don't plan on calling him again.
Okay, well, you are still subject to the exclusionary order then, Agent Balance, since you are potentially going to be recalled or under subpoena still. So for that reason, I'll advise you not to observe any future testimony of this trial because it is being live streamed and available to the public.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for coming in to testify today.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, if we just have a brief sidebar.
Yes. All right, at this time, let's inquire from the state. I understand that some of your witnesses may have gone a little more quickly than you were anticipating today. Where do we stand in terms of your next witness you'd like to call?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would just note at this time, we normally take a break during the day, and rather than do that, we would just propose that we end early today and pick back up in the morning.
Okay, and you'll have a witness ready to go at 8:30?
Yes, we will.
And can you tell us who that?
It'll be Dr. Marsden.
Okay, thank you, just for our preparation. All right, we will go ahead, and given the nature of scheduling today with your witnesses, we are going to conclude for today. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your attendance today. Thank you, those in attendance, for obeying the court's conduct order. Please follow the court's admonishing instruction to not research the case in any way, avoid any immediate exposure to it that you can, and don't discuss the case or facts of the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. We'll return for additional evidence tomorrow morning, and that will conclude evidence for today.
All rise, please.
And that will conclude the trial for today. So, don't remember the name of the tomorrow morning's witness, but we'll be here bright and early and see what they have to say. I keep thinking we're on the way towards the end, and then they keep calling more. So have a great afternoon, evening, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.